Hello, y'all. How you doing? It is Friday, and that means it's time for viewer levels. As always on Fridays. How you doing? How you doing? Thank you, 06I, for the sub. What came in during the starting soon process. Want to shout out that alert that went off when the YouTube VOD was not recording. That's fine. That's great. That's money. I want to make sure we're giving that its due. I mean, it's a subscribe with Prime. That's still money for me. Anyway, free for y'all. Something to know. If anyone doesn't know, Prime subscription, you should use it every month. Thank you a lot, the 06I. I appreciate it. Folks, it's been a eventful week, as you might have read from the thing, or experienced in real life if you're watching in the present. Pre-orders were Wednesday night and Thursday morning, and we're gonna talk about it, but let me just say up front, I did pretty well. Wednesday night was a shit show, but I was able to secure one Walmart pre-order of the Switch 2 somehow. Not satisfied with that though, I decided later that night to go to GameStop in person and just, sort of stake things out, see how things are, checking it like, oh, it's 2 a.m. The pre-orders just all sold out. How's GameStop? And I went and no one was there, and I said, okay, well, I guess I can go home and sleep. And I didn't get much sleep, and then I came out at 6 a.m. and said, like, okay, you know what? I'm just gonna do this. I know no one's here at 6, but, I waited the 6 hours until the store opens, and I got another pre-order all ready to go, and that one will arrive, 7 hours before the Walmart one would have, so arguably an upgrade. And, it means that we can do a launch night stream, maybe. I don't know. We'll see how that night unfurls and how fast it is to get the new Switch set up and crap. I'm very interested to hear how y'all have done on your pre-order exploits. We'll be talking about this a fair bit as we get into things, I bet. Let me just say, GameStop, waiting online for waiting in person at GameStop, pretty damn good. We'll talk about that as we get into things, I imagine. That's the up stuff front. Really easy, yes, so easy that literally you didn't need to do what I did. You could have showed up literally after the stores opened, literally hours after. In some cases, I was hearing like 9 o'clock p.m. is when they sold out. In some cases, according to some people who contacted their GameStops, like, the next day. It was not hard to get a Switch 2 via GameStop in person, and that was real damn nice, I'll say. And also pretty fun as well to chat with those who did show up and hang out. Folks, let's get into this, and we'll talk the specifics of those pre-orders as we get into these. My experience, the mess of online, and the joy of just like hanging out with some folks in person for a bit. We will talk about all that, but first, folks, it's viewer levels. That's what we're doing here tonight. That's what the segment that just started is. And like always, what I'm going to do is I'm going to play people's viewer levels in the order they are submitted. Express pass a subscriber perk aside. That's right, it is like a month away. We're all just a month away from getting Switch 2s. I'm so excited. Still a little sick, by the way. Just got a little cough. Not that much one, though. We're coming up on the Switch 2. That's exciting. Let me explain how viewer levels work. Viewer levels are levels that people submit. People in chat, they give me their code, and then I play them. You're at work, so it might be hard to respond. Gotcha, Rock Party. I will at you when your turn is up, so that will help, I think. Let me explain how this works, for those who need a reminder. If you are here when your level comes up, I will give it the full time of day, that is to say 12 minutes, plus 5 last tries if that's not enough. If you are not here, I will still play the level, but I will do so in very nearly but not quite sudden death, wherein I will only have fewer tries to get through the level. 2, in particular. Refreshing at checkpoints. That is my compromise between prioritizing those who are here and playing more levels, which is oftentimes very fun to do. Subscribers can skip the line once per stream, or they can refresh lives whenever lives are in play, such as during the lightning round, which will come up later, or, when we run out of time, or even during sudden death. Subscribers can just, at any point, just put us up to 7 lives, basically, as the instant refresh, one of 2 subscriber perks that are mutually exclusive, can be used once per stream. Either one of them. Ah. Water's so good. Let's do this. Let's go. Ah. Oh. Little bit snotty today, a little bit stuffy, but it's fine. It's good. I have been more sick recently. I am less sick now. And, I've been sick long enough that, I figure next week for sure we'll just, bite the bullet and do a little bit more in-office stuff. Been just working from home as a precaution, I don't want to... Whatever remains, it should not be spread. Whatever the fuck. Ugh. But it's fine, it's good. Other than a slight cough and some stuffiness, that sort of thing, I'm doing alright. And of course, those Switch 2 pre-orders, they make me feel good. And make me feel a sense of relief that, I know what's going on. I know what's gonna happen. I know I'm ready for the next couple of months. Everything's lining up. I gotta sneeze. This is a nice level. Killer got yours in person at GameStop. Excellent. One code at a time, Garrett, and do exclamation point add to add your level. Let me help. I dropped my controller. Don't lean too far in that direction. Reels the green screen. New Jamboree rules. What's up? Like Jamboree Mario Party Jamboree? Or something that y'all know and I don't. Here. There you go. There, Garrett. I gave you a little bit of a in-chat reminder how this works. Frenzy. Y'all are talking about something I don't know. Mario Party got 2 versus 2 and Frenzy rules. Huh. I didn't play Jamboree, so I can't really speak to that. Was Jamboree really, really good? Should I pick up Jamboree? Maybe I should. It's got that whole, Switch 2 integration, new mode and stuff. Is that at launch? Is good? Is that at launch? I should maybe I should pick that up and, we do a launch stream. It'll be Mario Kart Tour. Geez, these dry bones are getting messed up. Getting wrecked. Welcome, Tour. will definitely be on the agenda. Maybe that Mario Party July 27th. Nope. Okay, not at launch then. You know what? I'll wait then. I'll wait until game comes out. This is interesting that like there's these projectiles keep on coming out like as the on-off switch back and forth. They're synchronized. Oh, I forgot to do my goddamn timer because I am a fool. It's fine though. There's no way this would have gone over anyway. Yeah, that's possible. I should maybe do a Jamboree stream. Been like over a year since I streamed Mario Party. That one Mario Party, I say that one Mario Party stream. There were 3 Extra Life Mario Parties where I did 50 turns in Mario Parties 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. That just sort of left me a little bit exhausted by Mario Party for a while, and perhaps it's time to get back on that horse. Perhaps it's time to get back on that horse. Don't do what I do. Don't do over 24 hours of Mario Party in a sitting. You will, it's not good. Not recommended. I mean, not that Mario Party is bad. Mario Party is very good, but there's a limit, you know? There's too much Mario Party that you can do to yourself. And over 24 hours of it, that's right out. Mind you, those were 3 separate streams, you know, like a week apart in some cases. So it wasn't like, you know, all at once, but it was damn near 30 hours worth. If my mental math is correct. What's this? I don't know what that is. With the DLC, it may be really good. Yes. Very good level. I like that as much as I've liked all the other ones from this Super World collab thingamajig. Let's go ahead and hit complete and bring up the next one, which is by Rock Party, who was just chatting before the last world. Excellent. You know, that's recent enough where I'm gonna say you are present, Rock Party. Enjoy the leniency? It's not that lenient. You said you would be a little bit unavailable a minute ago before we started the last level. That's present enough for me. Meanwhile, we should pull a card and talk about what's on it. Did you hear about or experience the chaos of pre-order night? Yeah, chaos is right. Pre-order night was a lot of fun, I'll say, but it sure was hellish. 3 sites were supposed to go up at midnight, basically. Midnight, 11 p.m. Central Time, midnight, whatchamacallit, Eastern Time, Target, Walmart, and Best Buy. The order of events was that Walmart started a little soon. People could get in line on Walmart like a minute before. Target just went up on time, but was completely fucked the entire night. And Best Buy was like a half hour late, and then it put everyone into a forever never-ending line until it sold out entirely. After waiting through Walmart, I was... okay. I forgot that the first image that I had was the details of how this was all rolled out. Great, okay. That's my first image that just said what I said. I should have had this up while I was giving that summary. So, I was able to get into Walmart after a half hour, and after some frantic just hitting, buy, credit card, no, not credit card, PayPal, yes. After some amount of that, it somehow went through, and it somehow all confirmed. Best Buy was really easy for you, but you were refreshing a ton. Yeah, Target was all errors all the way down. I was able to get into my cart, but it just would not confirm me no matter how many tries I tried. And this is what I saw on Best Buy's side, just like staring at this image for like 30 minutes basically. And I'll say, like, I was not alone in this. I had pulled up Tolkoto, Mike Minotti's Twitch stream, and he and a bunch of other like people that he knew, such as his brother Jeff Grubb, other Giant Bomb people, were all like on mic talking it through, and basically, you know, with chats also, everyone chatting, like going like, oh, Best Buy just opened up, Best Buy just opened up, oh, Target is doing something, oh, I just got Walmart, everyone got Walmarts. And that was quite a fun time to watch that all go through. Collectively, everyone in that chat room, in that Twitch chat, just, you know, getting Switch 2s, watching Best Buy refresh itself on us. That's right, it is your turn, Rock Party. It was a fun, good time, and while I wasn't able to secure Best Buy or Target, I was able to get Walmart, and, you know, despite some fear and some, like, consternation and some results where people were, like, going like, oh my god, I just got canceled on. I got the email saying I got it, and then I got an email saying I didn't got it. And, you know, I'll say, like, I was very fortunate I did not get a cancellation email. Not that I wasn't not scared. Not that I was, you know, certainly sure, but at any rate, I got that Walmart, and that was at least a result you could be happy with. That night ended when the pre-orders sort of went out. Streams ended as like, okay, shit. No more pre-orders means that, like, staring at pre-orders and everyone going back and forth, people gotta sleep, apparently, and, Tolkoto, Mike Minotti, raided Snowbike Mike, who apparently was sitting outside of, GameStop at the time, which, gave me an idea, which I will follow up on with the next card. Walmart delivers by 9 p.m. 9 a.m. Yes, that's what I've heard as well. Which is pretty decent, but not if you want to do a night one stream, let me say. Not if you want to do a stream the night the Switch 2 launches, which I would like to do. You know? Timer up, timer going. Let's do it. Hell of a damn night, I'll say, of that Wednesday night. I am happy to hear, like, so far it sounds like most people who have chatted in chat have managed to get one, have managed to confirm. Also, Garrett did not add one of Garrett's levels. Let me help you out with that, Garrett. Let me do an ad for you. Excuse me. You do it like this, Garrett. All right. Yeah, 9 a.m. is pretty good, I'll say. 9 a.m., pretty good. Probably the only reason I was still not satisfied with that result, you know, still looking for Best Buy was, one, the insecurity of it, considering that, like, some people got canceled upon, and two, just, like I said, as a streamer, I would love to have one as soon as humanly possible, and 11 p.m. the night before is sooner than 9 a.m. the night, the day of. That's a good 10-hour difference. And also, you know, if it came in the thing, you know, if it came in at the morning, I can't do a stream, I'm at work. Unless I took a day off, which I'm not planning on doing. That's silly. Take a day off work just to do a Switch 2 live stream? That's, an interesting proposition, but unnecessary, I think. Unnecessary. I'll just do a late night live stream, and then work a full day, and then, you know, after work, maybe do more Switch 2 stuff. I don't want to surprise you or alarm you, but maybe a hiatus on Mario Maker 2 the day the Switch 2 launch. Mind you, like, hey, if they rolled out a Mario Maker 2 update, we would be obliged to check that out, like, the launch night, but I'm not sure that updates are rolling out that fast, and even that Mario Maker 2 is confirmed for an update yet. It should do, though. Also, I do wonder, like, well, how well does Mario Maker perform on the Switch 2? Like, is that all... Hey, look at that! Saved! That's the first time I've fallen into that and managed to jump out of it. Very nice. Didn't know that was possible. Apparently it's quite easy. Well, it's not that bad. 06i wants to unlock Rainbow Road all night. Hell yeah. That is a good goal. And probably one that's pretty doable, right? I mean, how long do you think it takes to get, like, through 50cc on all the cups? You know, 150, that would probably be difficult, but, like, if we're just talking 50cc, probably not bad. Or the Mario Kart, you know, in all the talk about Mario Kart World, I don't think they ever said the words 150cc, did they? Or did they? I don't think that ever came up. CC levels. That's still a thing? Probably still a thing, right? I mean, it's been a whole, like, 30 years since CCs were a thing. 200cc might be gone. Maybe. What's the open world? Is the open world just by default 150? How do you think that works? Or you need to unlock it first? Possible. That seems possible. How the hell would the open world work? Do you, like, choose a CC as you're going into open world mode? 50, 100, 150, gotta stay. That seems likely. I'm very curious, cannot wait to see that game, play that game, as well as all the other games at launch. I'll say I'll be doing it digitally. Hide and seek will be fun. Don't you see your other like teammates on the map? You will have to ensure that, like, they don't open the map at any point. Which, hey, I guess you can do that because... Wait, no. I was about to say, I guess you could do that using game chat, but then they would be able to see your screen as well, which defeats the purpose of fucking hide and seek. How the hell is that gonna work, then? Maybe they're gonna have to use their Elgato and use Discord, whereas you don't capture your screen. Do you think you'll be able to hide your screen as, like, a option in game chat? You know what? That's like a thing you're able to do on Discord and all that, on Teams, Skype, Zoom. You know, choose whether or not your gameplay is displayed. I'm sure that it's an option on game chat. If I'm wrong, then it's Nintendo's fault for being wrong. I'm correct. It should be an option. Launch lineup. What am I excited for? I'm gonna get... There's Deltarune, there's Mario Kart, there's Welcome Tour. I'm gonna get Hitman World of Assassination. Any updated games I'm gonna pick up at launch and probably play some on stream. You know, we'll play some Breath of the Wild, some Tears of the Kingdom, whatever. Is there any word when Odyssey is getting its HD, 4K updates? When is that happening? I've seen screenshots of that, in the Discord. I think 06i was posting them. Posted one of them. When is that coming through? I would love to play that on a launch night stream, but if it's not updated, you know, there's less point to it, right? That screenshot might be wrong. Oh, it might be like false news, clickbait, fabricated. Yeah, I guess the trick is, the thing is, like, where the hell did that come from? You know, where the hell... Citation needed, I guess. We need to know, like, hey, who the fuck got this screenshots? When? Under what context? Seems like a question. Hey! Progress! We got farther that time than before time. How's that? How's that for nice? I think it's pretty nice. Other things. What else is at launch? What all else are y'all looking for? I'm thinking about Civ 7. Sort of like hey, this place again. Nice. We're getting here more consistently than we did before. We're starting to get some consistency here. Feels good, feels good. I'm thinking about Civ 7. I wasn't really... When it came out on PC, I didn't really feel like it. But, like, knowing that it's on Switch and I can use the mouse controls, that feels like it might be the best, like, sort of at launch example of mouse controls. Sorry, Welcome Tor. I'm sorry, you're right. I'm a hypothetical person who did not just say Welcome Tor, other than me. Welcome Tor is maybe also that game. Whoa! Oh! What is this? Oh, crap. That's new. We need to go really fast there. Like, ungodly fast. Unbelievably fast. Yes, that's right, more progress. That's right, that's right. Transfer Switch 1 data to Switch 2. I will do that off stream. That's, I mean, I feel like stuff like that is liable to have, like, OPSEC stuff, you know, just like, hey, here's your email, here's, like, you know, does that process, I don't know, maybe that process, we could stream that. Maybe I could just literally include, like, alright, let me go to the eShop and buy, like, some games right now. First look at the eShop, you know, let's go. I mean... Prime 4 does not have a date yet, that's right. I could take the video down when I go to buy, credit card-wise, and that might be good. That might be good enough. You know, first impressions of eShop, that is certainly something I could have be on stream. My concern is personal information. You know, obviously, like... Should I just literally, like, as soon as I get home, start a stream and be like, okay, I haven't even transferred data, I haven't even nothing. I mean, I was wondering, like, if that is that good content, but who gives a fuck, I guess. That's the content that you have, like, at 11:20 on launch night. Also, you know, if anyone's watching the VOD later, timestamps, you know, you can just literally skip the data sync time part of the stream. I'm assuming that when you're syncing the data, copying over, it'll be, you won't be able to do anything else like in previous generations. But maybe in this case, you'll be able to do stuff while it's copying data. That would be an advanced feature. I don't know. All the websites were fucked, basically. Walmart did the best, but even Walmart was a trial in, like, mashing buy, and being told no, no, no. Check the data, check your address, enter your credit card again. Switch to PayPal, switch back to credit card, enter your credit card again. Give us the CSV again. Give us, your address again. We need your address. Just entering this data to the point where I kind of wish that I had set up like a Stream Deck shortcut to be like, okay, type in address, address first field, address second field, A credit card number. You wouldn't want that on a Stream Deck shortcut. That's a security risk. But, like, seriously, though, I could have shortcutted entering in my address, and that would have been a, serious time saver that night. It was hell, and, like, you know, it's been said many times before, whenever there is a pre-order situation like this, and it's chaos, that, like, there's basically no incentive to fix this, because no matter how shitty the ordering process is, if they got this many people looking to buy, they will sell out, they will make the maximum money that they would have made, and so long as that happens, why would they give a shit? Right? I hope in 10 years' time we're not still dealing with, like, just everyone trying to use website at once breaks it. I hope by then there has been some innovation, some fucking investment in infrastructure such that, like, yeah, no, sites made by, you know, big companies don't just shit the bed every time that there's pre-order situation, you know. Again, this has been a problem since time immemorial, since, like, purchases of this nature were done through the internet. But, you know, what the fuck, right? It's all screwy. I hope that, part of the problem is that it's from bots as well. I guess, yeah, that's certainly a thing people have been saying, especially after how easy, in person was by comparison. Certainly a thing people say is like, yeah, no, it's all bots, it's all people, it's all the scalpers trying to get a million different ones to sell later. But, like, I don't know. It also seems like everyone I know is trying to get in, everyone I know tried to get one, and there is a limited supply, so, you know, literally not everyone can get one. Even if it is, like, the launch with the most units at launch ever of all time. Which it seems like it is. Based on all the numbers that we're getting. You know, there was a thing before, thank you for the Level Rock Party, we ran out of time and then ran out of lives, so I'm hitting dismiss. There was a thing before pre-orders opened in America, basically saying, Lord Bowser, you are up. That's not what they were saying. Basically saying, like, 2.2 million people signed up to get a Switch 2 through Nintendo. We cannot give that many Switch 2s on launch day or in the immediate future, so lottery incoming, folks, is basically what they said, and oh, Lord, that just, yeah. We need a grace period. The first 1 to 3 months is in person only for pre-order. That might work, honestly. Certainly, it would be less hellish than, pre-order night. Let's talk about the next thing on the agenda. Lord Bowser, please confirm while I'm typing in code / I put the thing in chat so you can see even. / talking about thing. Did you hear how easy GameStop in-person pre-orders were? That's kind of the other bit of news, right? Like, with how fucked, how rushed, how, like, slammed, how reamed these sites were. And apparently GameStop online, by the way, Thursday morning was no better. Site went down. You would expect that you would go to your GameStop and find 100 people camping out all night. And that's what I kind of was, like, just checking for when I got into Lord Bowser's here. Excellent. I got into my car and drove up to the GameStop after pre-order night festivities were done, and, you know, I had all the time in the world to, like, not sleep. I drove to the GameStop, and no one was there. It was empty, the GameStop was very small, and they had 66 units, or 44 plus 19, that's not 66, that's 63 units. They had 63 units to do. 44 of Mario Kart, 19 of the other, and who knows how many controllers and stuff. And I saw that, I looked around, and I said, you know, it's like 12 hours until they open at noon. I can probably go home and relax. So I went home and relaxed and tried to sleep, and I set a timer for 6 a.m., and then at like 4:30, I said, I'm not sleeping. I can't sleep. I need to go. And I got back into my car, and, you know, I had some breakfast. I got back into my car, drove back out, 5 a.m., no one's there. Still, like 7 hours until Switch 2 opening at this GameStop, no one there. And I said, okay, well, World 9-2, gotcha. No one's there, and I said, well, apparently I've done 9-2, so 9-3, I'm thinking. Yeah. You were playing Mario Kart? Excellent. It's a good game. I roll up, and no one's there. I look around, no one, and I go, okay, well, I guess I'll go back home, you know, it's all... I only need to be one of the first 44 people, and really there's no rush. I went home, I played like a round of blueprints, and then I said, okay, I'm going back, and I got there at 6 a.m., and then from then on, I waited. And also, by the way, at 6 a.m., when I was pulling up, another person was also pulling up, and, you know, he got out of chair, I sat on the concrete, and, we just sort of chatted for a couple hours, you know, as more and more people showed up, and, started hanging out and chilling, and waiting for GameStop to open. And let me tell you, you know, in addition to being super easy, I've talked a bunch about it being super easy, and it was so easy. I'll also say, it was super fun. It was just super fun to sit outside of GameStop and just chat with fella and talk about the Switch 2, games excited for, Mario Kart, all sorts of crap. Similar, you know, to right here, right now. Similar to like how a stream works. Just talking to random people in person. It's pretty good. And as more people showed up, it got livelier and livelier. One guy was like, hey, anyone want a chair? And I said like, oh, I'll take a chair. And then I sat down on that chair rather than on the concrete for a while. And then like an hour later, and then around 10 o'clock, I had to take like a work call, you know, I didn't take a day off, I just, you know, did my morning scrum business from the car, and everyone was super chill about it. Everyone was super chill about anyone, like, leaving the line, going for anything, going into the Target for Starbucks, or even to, like, say, buy a chair. People were going into Target to buy chairs, and then very reasonably saying, like, hey, buddy, listen, after we're done here, go back into Target, return that damn chair. You can do that. You can get a chair just for now. And, that's an option. And that's literally what people did, waiting outside of Target, waiting outside of GameStop for it to open. You know, people were, stopping into the Target, getting supplies. After my morning meeting, which was about an hour long from 10 to 11, you know, about 10 to lunchtime, basically, I got out of the car and I remembered that, like, oh, from work, I won a chair, like, camping chair a while ago. Mine too, 06i. If you're in North Plano, it might have been the same one. Probably not. There's the most, I would hazard a guess, probably a lot of GameStops are right next to Targets. But, yeah, mine was right next to that, and also a Bed Bath & Beyond. We tried to use the Bed Bath & Beyond Wi-Fi. It didn't seem to work very well. One of the guys there was like, oh yeah, I'm an AT&T, like, network, optimizer, and network sucks around here. So, you know, it was interesting to hear his feedback and very interesting, or like his experience, his like knowledge, and like, you know, a lot of people had stories. Like there was one guy there who was like, you know, he was like a father of 3, and he was saying like, oh yeah, I managed to get Target, I managed to get Best Buy and Walmart, and I'm here to get one for myself, and my wife is somewhere else at another GameStop getting one for 3rd child. That was pretty cool. There was another guy who was like half Japanese and talked about like, you know, his experience with like visiting Japan as a like mixed race, you know, part Japanese person. And, you know, he also was like, you know, came up like, oh yeah, he's also like heavily tattooed, so that's like a big no-no in Japanese culture, so a bit awkward when it's onsen time, basically, for him. He was talking a bunch of interesting stuff. That was interesting. That was fun. He was a cool dude. A lot of cool dudes just like hanging out and talking about crap, and goddamn, you know, goddamn. I had a fantastic time, just like, you know, spending 6 hours sitting outside GameStop and hanging out. Makes me kind of sad that like this kind of thing doesn't happen more often. This kind of thing isn't like a regular occasion, you know? Like this will happen again in like 6 years, but and you know, aside from 6 years, obviously. Killer, should we do this one? Yeah, let's do this one. I forget if this one's like really hard. If it is, we'll maybe do another thing next time. Let me know if you want me to do the other level, Killer. It's up to you, of course, of course. Yeah, I had a fantastic time at GameStop. You were close to the end, so go for it. Excellent. I had a phenomenal time at GameStop. Not only was it super easy, and even at the end, you know, we were counting like an hour till and going like, yeah, there's like 30 people here at the end, like at 11 a.m. You know, there's 60 switches on 63 switches here, so that's like not even half of them. And also, you know, aside from the number of switches, 44 Mario Kart switches, so even still, people could still get the bundle that they wanted, specifically, even if they appeared, like, literally when opening time happened, which was pretty just interesting to note, and definitely something I said on, like, Blue Sky, just like, you know, in response to some messages and stuff. You know, I responded to a skeet saying about launch night, going like, oh yeah, you know, no one's here at front of the GameStop. Anyone could come get one, pretty much. And I imagine it was kind of probably the case like worldwide, pretty much anywhere. I don't know about major cities, and I'll say like, for what it is worth, the second guy, the guy who showed up at 6 a.m. with me, apparently he did some scouting. Alistair, you're gonna have to use !add. Let me help you out. There you go. That's how you do it. The other guy who was there from launch was saying like, oh, I went and scouted. I went and checked every GameStop in the area. This is the one with the most stock. This is the one that has the most units, apparently. So, you know, worth noting that I went to a particularly stocked GameStop, but I was also first in line, so, you know, no matter which GameStop I went to, no matter which GameStop the other dude went to, we would have found, like, you know, I imagine that we were early enough where we could have got in, and, like, the only reason I was able, you know, I'm kind of a night owl to begin with, honestly, so, like, I kind of didn't feel like sleeping. I would rather just go to GameStop and just push through. And also, you know, I have a job where that, like, I could say, like, I'm working from home today, and I'm taking the meeting just, like, on my phone and stuff, and it's not a problem. And, you know, I went home after and got a full day of work in, pretty much. I'll say, it was a relatively productive day, honestly. It was a, you know, I'll say I don't want to speak too directly about my job, you know, about my work. I feel like this is the sort of thing that I don't talk about on stream, but I'll say I've been between teams recently, and like new team is just starting up, so it's been kind of slow. And you know, yesterday kind of was a more productive day than most days, given that. Things are like starting up now. But still not fast enough where, like, you know, it was a problem. It wasn't a problem. Me doing this. It was cool and chill, and, again, very productive. Honestly, productive day. Right, this bits. That's right, I remember this very acutely. This fireball chased me. Oh, fuck. I need to, like, jam. Wait, is this a problem? This might be a problem. Okay. Fuck! Alistair, please do add. You gotta do add to get in queue. I can only facilitate one per point. It's just for a red coin? Okay, red coins are extra. You're right, I will push through. That's probably what happened last time. We ran out of tries due to, like, pursuing that business. Okay, okay. We can, focus and, fight fights what matter. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Oh, fuck. Excellent! Look at that, that's good. Should I go grab a power-up? Yes, I should. Okay. Ah. Survival? Survival. Yes, survival. Yes, this shouldn't be so hard. We have 6 minutes to do it! We have 6 minutes, so if we die, you know, we can try again. No biggie. And you know what? We didn't need an extra try. 1 is good enough, unless we need to be Link right here. Checkpoint, we don't. It is a boss, though, so let's, do it to it. I guess. Oh, crap. Wah! Okay, great. That's a good first try. Let's have a better second try. If we don't lose our Link, we can just give him the business continually. Oh, we do have 6 in-game lives left, in Super World lives left. You're right, we don't just have all the time in the world. We, might lose based on that. How many lives do you start with, like, reset-wise? We can consider after... If we survive here, we should maybe, like, just burn all our lives and get a reset. 30? Okay. Yeah, well, we'll... Should we survive, we will, we can just stab him. We don't need to use arrows. But maybe arrows are a good way. Shy. Hey, Barnstormer. Anyway, GameStop was excellent. It was so fun, chatting with people, hanging out, and at, like, you know, right before we all, like, went in and bought Switches, we bunch of us towards the front exchanged friends codes which I don't think I've ever done in real life before. Exchange friend codes with anyone. I was a little hesitant and definitely thinking like, should I say you can find me on twitch.tv/themasterds? And I decided, no, it'd be weird to say to people you've been hanging out with for 6 hours like, oh, by the way, I'm a small streamer also, so if you want to just like hang out and chat, you could. Maybe I should have done, and you know, the thing is, we probably will see each other again when like the Switch 2 launch happens, and like we're all in line. It might be also good to say that just because like, hey, you know, don't just game chat me immediately. I'm gonna be live on air, you know. Something to keep in mind, perhaps. What if someone recognized you? That would be surprising, but far as I know, no one did. I mean, mind you, everyone was really friendly and really just chatty, you know, even coming out of the GameStop, as I was coming out with my pre-order. Hell yeah, we did it. As I was coming out with my pre-order, someone was like, hey, how early did you get here? Like someone later in the line. And I talked to them for a bit and said like, you know, I said what I told you. I said like I was here at 2, I went home and I tried to get some sleep and failed. I came back 5 a.m., realized no one was here, then... Good idea, yeah, let's reset lives before we get out of here. We'll pop into the next level to do that. And this will be a slight preview of it. You know, I told them I came at 5, no one was there, so I said like, okay, I'm just gonna go home. I'm not gonna wait here for 6 hours all alone. And played the blueprints and came back at 6, at which point there was another fellow to talk with. And then he asked, like, how far are you in blueprints? And I had a little conversation about blueprints. And he was like, keep going, keep going. Keep going from where you are, keep going. Which was just, you know, there's still good stuff to get to. There's some stuff later on from where you are, you know, be assured. Which was very interesting to hear. It was great. Shit. I have a lot of thoughts about how fun that experience was. And, you know, I suppose I should talk about the actual pre-order process. They shuffled us in, they wrapped us around the very small GameStop, which I'll say, GameStop as a company, I appreciate that they did it in person. They are not doing very well. Apparently, from what the guy who like scouted up every GameStop says, they're all very small now. They're all like the size of a closet, basically, and you know, smaller than my apartment, essentially. Smaller, about as small as the distance between the TV right now and me. The green screen would be the wall of the GameStop right here, and then the length of it would just be the, maybe like 12, 15 feet, maybe. Not very big at all. There we go, reset our lives, thank you. Let me hit complete, and pull up the next level, which is 06I, who just said GG. Excellent. I'll say, like, they are, as a company, not doing very well. And they still have some of the odious features of GameStop, you know. As I was, like, checking out, they were like, do you want to buy the warranty? And I told them, no. What do you mean? Come on. I know you have to ask this. No, sir, I don't have to ask this. Like, no, I know you have to ask this, and you know that I'm not gonna say no thank you. So just be chill and cool about it, and appreciate the one time I will enter this store in the next 5 years. Garrett, you're gonna wanna... Garrett and Alistair, do an ad command, please. You really need to do exclamation point ad. Read the message. Thank you. Very good. I can get Alistair if you're going to pop in there. Excellent. GameStop was still GameStop, and I'll say there was a little bit of screwiness. Alistair is trying the command, what the fuck? Try, jeez. I've heard that sometimes that YouTube can like eat messages. You can try with Twitch, or you can try modifying the just like adding something before or after the code. The ad has to be ad though. If YouTube suddenly has started just like censoring ad across the board, that would be terrible. I don't fucking know though. I'm sorry if that happened to you, but I'll comment here. Tell you what, I'll add it on the Twitch side for you. I'm gonna add that on Twitch side, and hopefully that works. I mean, it will work. And we will remember that Twitch me is Alistair, okay? Okay. That'll do. Damn YouTube. I wish... If YouTube chat screws up, there's nothing I can do about it, okay? I'm sorry. I'm very sorry, but... YouTube, get your fucking shit together. God damn. Some sort of moderation fail. I imagine. Some sort of moderation auto-delete tomfuckery. That's not a word. People don't say tomfuckery, do they? Tomfoolery is the term, but I made it explicit for fun. GameStop was still GameStop, and there was some confusion when I went to check out with like, oh, do you have an account? You don't seem to have an account. I have an account. I have it online. Oh, well, you don't. Do you have an account in store? It's like, what? An online account is different from an in-store account? That's broken. That's shitty. But the important thing is it has the right phone mail. It has the phone number. It has the right email. It has the right name. I just need to go in and show my receipt, maybe, and also my legal ID, and I will be good. You know, that doesn't look like a valid code killer on the YouTube side. You might want to replace that with a valid code. Oh, you're just testing. Okay. Yeah, it works for people. It works for people. It might be like I don't know what YouTube... YouTube can be screwy sometimes. Like, it's maybe like detecting something that looks like, you know, obscenities in the code. I don't see anything in the code. Why does it only censor it if it's in an add command? You can also try, like, doing !add space and then say, the code is, and then the code. You know, adding some words before it. Back on Twitch? Gotcha. Yeah. You could try that. Alistair. Hell, if someone wants to add... whatever, I'm already in their code for thing. Again, I'll accommodate. Very good, killer. Appreciate it. Appreciate, help and stuff. Hang on, I got a text message. Let me, yes. Yes. Let me reply to this real fast. Yes! Okay, no, I picked up too many words. It picked up the words. Yes. Send. Okay, I sent a message. They let your data transfer, yes? Yeah, they did get me my pre-order. They did let me pay. For GameStop in person, it's a $50 cash down. Also, I ordered a Pro Controller from them. Ordered a Pro Controller from Walmart as well, the night of, though, after I got my, in-store pre-order with GameStop, I canceled the, controller. I haven't canceled the second Switch 2 yet from Walmart. I'm not sure I don't want to have it, you know. I've texted my sister asking if she wants it, and if she doesn't, I still think that I can find someone who will take it, who, you know, maybe even pay me for it. you know, who otherwise could not find one, etc., etc. I feel like that would be a good thing to do. I could cancel, but, you know, I feel like there might be someone who, you know, if not my sister, maybe someone else who would like to take my, second Switch too. For maybe some money, I don't know. I haven't thought that much about it. I'll say if my sister wants it, I am willing to give her a, you know, a discount, as it is, you know. I would like my sister to have a Switch too, I guess is what I'm saying. And like, you know, if the issue is just like she doesn't want to spend that much, I can cover a little bit of it. What the fuck? I'm happy to do so. I'm fine with that. If not, I'll find another home for it, I think. Or I'll cancel it. There's plenty of time to decide and to figure out, like, what's going on there. An interesting flying level you got here. There's plenty of time to decide, plenty of time to figure it out. I hope y'all got Switch 2s. Hey, Scaffy. Thank you for the level. Hope y'all got your Switch 2s successfully. Hopefully you, damn it. Fuck. There's no time. I must go. Oh, crap. Then I die. I want to see if they will transfer me first because they are offering $125 for your current Switch. Transfer, let me transfer first. Transfer how? Rock Party. Transfer from one GameStop to another or transfer from online to physical? Yeah, there were like trade-ins and people were doing trade-ins for their Switch 1s for new Switch 2s. Personally, I like having, first off, you would have to trade it in, like, now, I think. Which would leave me without a Switch for, like, a month. Which would be bad for the stream, bad for the channel, in so many ways. Here we go. Now we're doing it. Would be bad. Also, I like having my, you know, my OLED Switch, Splatoon colors, Switch. It's a good Switch to have. I would rather not get rid of it. And to me, that old piece of hardware is worth more than the money they give me. Yeah, I don't know what people are doing if they're trading in now. Those who are trading in now as far as data transfer goes. You're right. They would lose their data unless they, like, popped out their micro SD. But how would they get their their micro SD content? The Switch 2 doesn't take a micro SD. Oh, hey, we got Express Pass from 06i. Excellent. Well, that means that this level we're playing another level from the Super World. It's out of order? No, it's 4 or 5. Okay. I was confused because the 5. Let's go. Let's do this. How did y'all fare? I think I heard that, like, Killer got one in person. Did you have a fun time at the GameStop, Killer? Was that as good for you as it was for me? How early were you? Did you show up early or did you show up, like, you know, fashionably late? Yeah. Others, please, just, like, chime in. I'm curious, like, how many people tried, how many people failed. It seemed like from, you know, like I said, I started the night, watching Mike Minotti. You were about 2 hours early. Yeah, that was perfectly good enough, and I'm sure a bit of fun besides. 6 hours was fun, too. Also fun. I was watching Mike Minotti's stream, and everyone who appeared on his stream with him was able to secure a Switch 2 by the end of the night somewhere. And the polls seem to be like, 90% of people seem to be able to get one as well. According to those that were watching live and trying actively. mostly through Walmart, a couple through Best Buy, basically no one through Targets. I don't know who the fuck got the Target ones. It wasn't anyone watching that stream. So, bots? I guess bots. I guess bots are the most likely for Target. Walmart's most likely to be humans. Scaffy is way too, thinks it's way too expensive for this console of the same quality of 2016. I mean, I think that the Switch 2 is a higher quality console than the 2016 one, and one that is less prone to aging, I think. You know, it's more comparable with like a PS4, which continues to be a relevant console right now. People are still making PS4 games, whereas like the Switch 1 was kind of underpowered, even at launch, whereas this is like perfectly adequate at launch, you know? People are putting up like, did we get a checkpoint? We did get a checkpoint and then we lost it. There were less than 30 people? How many did they have? Yeah, that's about squares up with how mine was. Fuck! What the fuck? That was a easy jump. The saw scared me. I was scared by the saw. I mean, I should have been. If I hit the saw, I would have died, but you know. I died anyway, regardless. Really fun level. Let me just say. 44 Mario Kart and 22 naked switches. Gotcha. Yeah, they fuck. Dang, we ran out of lives Express Pass wise. That means we have to quit the level. Thank you for doing the Express Pass, 06i. For once, I failed with those 3 lives. Damn it. Level isn't even that hard, relatively. I just got careless, I guess. Thank you. I'm hitting, I am hitting dismiss. And let's go ahead and get up the next level. Which is, this level says it's me, but it is actually specifically, what was it? Garrett? Was it Garrett or Alistair? I believe this one was Garrett's. Yes, Garrett was the first one, and I submitted on Garrett's behalf. Garrett, go ahead and confirm. Let me put in chat. At Garrett. I hope everyone who wanted one got one. You are up. There we go. Oh, hope everyone who wanted one got one. I had such a great time at GameStop. It was worth going, even if I already had one, or even if it didn't like save me a couple hours. It was a hell of a good morning, and let me just say, yeah, pre-orders locked in. Hope y'all had luck. I forgot I had a generic card just to be like, yeah, it's all locked in. I'm ready to go. Hope y'all had luck. That feels really good. You know, I'll say. I was gonna segue into the next topic, but I guess because that card said keep talking about this, I'll just keep talking about this. I'll say, like, you know, for the last couple weeks, it's been a little bit unsure. I've been a little bit like, you know, I haven't been able to plan things a little bit in advance because I didn't know when pre-orders were gonna be. And I didn't know if I was gonna get one at midnight, so I couldn't, like, commit to, like, oh, launch night stream? I don't know. Maybe. And now I do know, so I can say, like, yeah, sure, launch night stream. Yeah, I'm gonna do LASIK between my birthday and the Switch 2 launch day. That's the plan right now. I will laser my eyes, and they will be recovered by the time the Switch 2 comes out. We'll do some stuff between then. It'll be nice and chill, and, you know, I am assured that I will have a Switch 2. I'm going to not buy any games that I think might be on Switch 2 eventually. You know, that I'll be able to play handheld. I don't see Garrett right now, so let's go into sudden death. Ah, okay, this is doable. This is doable. Sudden death won't be a problem, Garrett. Easy. Easy, easy, Yes! Okay, a checkpoint. Nice. Nice. Drop down here. Excellent. Excellent. Go into the door. Jump over here. What's gonna happen? Okay. This is going very well. This is going so well. I've gotten every coin. I haven't died once. This is going great. There's the ending. I have key. I go through door. I just have to jump good. I jumped good. Crump and Pump pre-ordered today, bro. Hell yeah. I didn't, apparently there's still stock coming up then at some of the sites as people cancel, or perhaps they're getting more stock. That's fantastic. I'm happy for you, Crump and Pump. I hope everyone gets one who wants one. Good work. Good crap. Hell yeah. Thank you, Garrett. Or was that Garrett? Well, that was Garrett, right? Yes, yes, yes. Crump and Dump. Crump and Pump, yes. I feel like the pump is like euphemistic in nature, I don't know what crumping is in that context, but it sounds dirty. It sounds dirty to crump and pump. I don't know. I'm not an expert. Thank you, Garrett. Next time I hope you can. The chat works for you and you're able to submit it without problems. But fuck, man, I'll facilitate for y'all if y'all need to. If y'all need help submitting, or if the YouTube bot is being a butt. Sometimes the YouTube bot is a butt. I say the YouTube bot. It's just YouTube chat that's a bot. The messages don't even come through when YouTube eats them. I don't know what's up with that. I still need to order a GameCube controller. That's right. One thing I feel like I did forget about on the day while I was in there in person, ordering a Pro controller and a Pro controller and a Switch 2 at GameStop, is that the GameCube peripheral controller, that has not gone up yet, and it will not go up in person. That'll be strictly a Nintendo Online purchase. I will have to buy that as soon as it becomes available. I really want that. I love the GameCube. I cannot wait to play GameCube games on Nintendo Switch 2. GameCube games, Wind Waker, probably all three. Probably be part of that launch night stream, wouldn't they? That's definitely something that will happen. Launch night. Yes, yes. M. Faustin, please confirm. Let me put in chat real fast for M. Faustin. Has M. Faustin said anything in a minute? M. Faustin, go ahead and confirm for me. Thank you, thank you. M. Faustin on the YouTube side. Oh, it does say YT in there. It is YouTube. Gotcha. Okay, great, perfect. M. Faustin, chat in YouTube, or you can chat on Twitch as well. I don't mind. Just say it's you. That's gonna be great. I can't wait to have it. I mean, I'll say I already have a GameCube. I have GameCube controllers. I think it is theoretically possible I could get a GameCube adapter and plug in a actual GameCube or an actual Wavebird controller. But I don't need to do that. I'm just gonna buy the damn thing, and that's gonna be rad. I'm gonna buy the new one, and I'll have a wireless that isn't reliant on double A's anymore. That isn't a Wavebird that, a Wavebird. I don't have a problem with the Wavebird. I like the Wavebird. It's just that, it'll be nice to have a modern wireless GameCube controller. That's gonna be great. Y'all gonna try for that? There's a 30-second time limit here. Hey, what the hell? I think we're looking for a key. Maybe multiple keys. Of course, it's not the last place I looked. Oh, there's a layer 3. It's not there either. I'm cooked.
Oh no!
Where the hell's the key? Okay, relax. It's not in any of these first ones. It has to be above them all. No. No. How's the clear rate so high for this level, M. Faustin? How is this level so high for this level, M. Faustin? Where's the key?
Oh no!
Someone! How many people have cleared this level? The clear rate is 36 out of 3,600. It has a 10% clear rate. Are all those people using the level explorer to find it? Honestly, 10% of people able to find the key? Come on, really? 10%, I suppose it's 10% of runs. I tried next to the door, it wasn't there. I don't know. M. Faustin, I'll give you another minute to confirm, and then maybe we can continue looking. Meanwhile, take a big drink, get all hydrated and crap. Let's talk about the next thing. Oh, check the comments. Check the comments. Good idea. Wow, man, good level. Can I put it on my YouTube channel? Says Tooth Fairy. Clear required, clear required. No hints to be found in the comments. None whatsoever. Good idea, though. That was a good idea, though. It could be a comment. Maybe that comment is next to the key. What would be the odds of that? Very helpful comments, yes. M. Faustin, I don't see you. I'm gonna have to hit dismiss. Thank you for the level. Feel free to resubmit it if you want to have me give it another go. You know, my advice would be to be present when the level comes up, given that it seems pretty hard. Rock Party, you are up. Go ahead and confirm for me. Let me do another card. Yes. When will be the best time to get a micro express SD card? That is a question that was definitely asked in the queue at the GameStop. There was a point where the employees got there at the GameStop, right? And they got some papers, right? They went in and they got some paper. Rock Party is here. Excellent. They went and got like papers with like prices and bundles and options for us. And on that was a micro express XD card. You could get up to a terabyte. And it was like, you know, nearly 200 bucks for a terabyte of express SD storage, which is wild. You know, but also it's a matter of like supply and demand. There is not express cards. The micro express card thing is a new format. Hasn't really been adopted yet other than the Switch. And I think as companies start to make more of them to meet the demand, they will get better at them. They will make bigger and bigger ones, and they will cost less and less money. Rock Party's saying don't buy it until you need it. I think that is correct. I also think that I want to wait until it's like you can get 8 terabytes for like, I don't know. I mean, I'd pay like $100, $200 for 8 terabytes. I'm not going to pay $200, $300 for 1 terabyte. I think that is a bridge too far. I think that is too expensive for me. I would like to say that, like, I am sure, based on how SD card prices have gone over the last 10 years, the new format, now that it's getting attention, will be, like, developed to the point where you will be able to get 8 terabytes eventually, and it will cost a lot less money, but also, there's this thing called tariffs that, are playing merry hell with, you know, with components, with like, prices, and that just makes me go like, is now actually the best time to buy? Is now actually a good time rather than a bad time? I don't know, but my decision, and then the decision of basically everyone in line at GameStop was like, no. Okay, let's no is the answer here. Not yet. 250 is more than enough for now. They put like a good amount of storage on that thing. Hey, Goose Minecraft, thank you for the level. I appreciate it. They put a good amount of storage on that thing. By the way, let's say lightning round at 8 o'clock. Let's say 8 o'clock. We'll probably be past like Switch 2 talk by then, and we can get into some off-topic, or I say off-topic, some like other stuff as well. 8 o'clock for lightning round. That seems reasonable. Everyone didn't get one that I talked to, and I didn't get one either, and we're gonna wait until, I think everyone's just gonna wait until, you know, maybe a year from now. Maybe a year or 2 from now, and hopefully the price per gigabyte or price per terabyte will have gone down. Hopefully the capacity will have gone up, and, yeah. Micro SD, it's an interesting thing. You know, it is easy to be spooked by the fact that it has sold out everywhere. But let's not get scared here. Let's not get scared here. We'll, you know, all just make do what we got. Switch games are very well, Switch 2 games seem to be, like, file size-wise, pretty small, pretty small. I think we'll be able to manage. I mean, I'll say with my Switch 1, I basically have most all games that I've ever had, that I've ever purchased, on the SD card in that Switch. Which is, what, like a 251? So, like, yeah, I think I'll just be able to, if not take all my games at all times, I'll at least be able to take the ones I'm playing actively. Such as Mario Maker, such as Mario Kart, such as, like, anything I want to stream. And, you know, I can just memory manage otherwise, like I do on my Xbox. Once you use at least 50% of your Switch 2 memory, you'll think about it. That seems like a good call. I mean, there is some worry of like, okay, well, I do have a bunch of stuff on Switch 1. I transfer that over. How much storage am I eating up just by default? But, like, just delete Celeste. And, just delete Pikmin 4, I guess, will be the answer. Just delete some games you haven't played in 2-3 years, and you'll be fine. I'll be fine. You know, right now, that's like the consideration. And hell, if I got like a terabyte of storage, if I got 8 terabytes of storage, absolutely, I would be just get every Switch game I ever owned on there. No problem. But for 250, I have to at least think about it. I have to at least think, do I need this Switch game that I haven't played in 5 years? Probably not. I don't need Snake Pass. When am I gonna play Snake Pass? Tune in next week for the Snake Pass stream. No, I'm kidding. There won't be a Snake Pass stream next week. Snake Pass, I don't know if it's good enough to do a whole stream about. Apologies to Snake Pass. You're kind of mid. You were kind of mid then, and you're kind of mid now. Does it still vibrate the controller all to hell? Snake Pass. That was a big thing I remember about Snake Pass. It was just out of control as far as the vibration goes. They did not calibrate that right. Probably because, you know, they were developing the game before the Switch 1 came out, so they didn't know how intense those Joy-Con Joy-Con vibrations were. They are good vibrations when used sparingly, but annoying when it's like, oh, it's... Did you schedule LASIK? I've scheduled a appointment to get measurements done May 1st, and I plan to schedule the LASIK May 22nd. That is the week after birthday stream, so that'll be nice. That's the plan for that. May 22nd, that'll week to recover, and then second week just in case, you know, just in case, like, oh, my eyes are dead. The Switch 2 is coming out. You know, I have another week to, like, recover just before the Switch 2 hits. I don't want it to be like, oh, I can see now directly to Switch 2 time. Like, no, I probably want to take it easy that first week with new eyes, right? On a current events note, yes, all that tariff stuff continues to be a big X factor. Obviously, my controller cost $5 more than it would have done. Little bit troublesome, but on the whole, it kind of seemed like a slow week as far as tariff tarks go. I don't know. Was there news? Kind of none, as far as I saw. But hey, you know, I was able to get, you know, we were all able to get our Switch 2s, and it all cost what they said it would cost, except for the controller and other accessories that no one bought. So, you know, I feel like this was a good week. I'm pretty happy, and, you know, like I said, I'll say right here, I'll say again. I'll say right here, I'll say again. Hanging out at GameStop was fantastic. We're getting farther than we did. Let me do a card. Hey, here's something. Do y'all have a third place? Hanging out at GameStop made me think about a term I've seen thrown around in recent years, third place, which, if you don't know, means a third place to hang out other than home or work, or school, presumably. A place to hang out in person and, like, you know, socialize. And I kind of don't have that, unless you count Twitch.com and YouTube.com, which, honestly, is kind of close to a third place. Might be a 2.5 place, you know? Might be a 2.5 place. But anyway, I guess what I've been trying to say this whole stream is that my new third place is outside of GameStop at 6 a.m. in the morning. Outside of GameStop is my new third place, and I couldn't be more delighted with that. It was just a hell of a time, and really, that whole day makes me just wish I had that more in my life, you know? A little bit of in-person socialization, a little bit of just hanging out with folks. You know, beyond just, like I said, I kind of get, it's not that different from just like hanging out here on stream with the folks in chat and chatting and stuff, but it's a little different in person, I guess. I don't know. You know, obviously I'm not the center of attention in person. On stream, yes, I am the center of attention right now. I don't mean to alarm you, but I am the center of attention right now. That makes it a little different from, like, a physical party. You know, this is more like I'm the MC. This is like a party where I'm the MC, and I'm the host, and I'm the entertainment, and I'm the everything. And also, people are chatting, and, you know, we're going back and forth a little bit. Kind of different from, like, a party, or, like, outside of GameStop, where it's like, I talk, and then he talks, and then another guy talks, and then another guy walks a little forward in line, and it's like, hey, what's up? I'm here as well. And, you know, you just go from there. And it's all just random and chaotic, but also chill and cool. It's a pretty good third place! GameStop, the stoop of GameStop. And it was kind of just, like, lovely to just sit on a chair which I'll remind you, I did remember that I had a chair, like, in my car, like, halfway through, and just, like, stare at the sky and go like, oh my god, it's starting to rain. Oh my god, I'm so glad we're getting a little splash, but we are below, like, a awning thing. That's nice. You know, the storms start to clear up, and it's just like, oh geez, it's a nice day out, isn't it? It's a nice day out, isn't it? It's just so nice. And it makes me wish for a 3rd place. Makes me wish I had something like that in my life, you know? I mean, like I said, this is kind of not so dissimilar. This is the closest thing I got. But, like, it hits different. GameStop, stoop. Outside of GameStop, compared to Twitch.tv. It's a different feeling, and it's a good feeling, and it's chill and fun, and you're just meeting new people, and, goddamn, you know, it's not, and, like, everyone was basically around our age. I say our age, was around mid-30s, right? The youngest person there, from what we could tell, was, like, late 20s. And, like, you know, I had to be the one to tell him, like, yeah, I think you are the youngest one here. I'm turning 35 this year. Yeah, I'm comparable with the other folks here, despite my youthful appearance. You know, I'm aware that I look, I'm pretty sure, I look young, right? People would probably peg me for younger. You know, I got the odd gray hair, and, I don't know, maybe my hairline might be receding a little bit now. I feel like it's getting a little bit more dramatic in, like, the margins. You know, a little bit more curvy towards the back. That's receding hairline, right? I feel like the hair is starting to do things. And, that will help to, like, you know, as soon as I get, like, a salt and pepper thing going, I feel like I will look the part of, like, you know, elder statesman, you know? I say that, I'm 34. That's not elder statesman. But might as well be on the internet, you know? Maybe that's a changing as my generation gets older. You know, we're all gonna be elder statesmen eventually, but maybe not until we're like 50. We got a good couple decades until then. Decade and a half. Maybe, like, you know, mid-50s, so like 2 decades. Anyway. Y'all have a 3rd place. What's the score here? I feel like the score is just like, you're in your 20s right now, Lord Bowser. That's nice. Young fella. I always feel like when I see someone in their 20s, I go like, man, you're a young fella. You know that? You're a youngin', aren't you? You know, that's the main upshot of being in my 30s, is I look at people in their 20s and go like, you don't know. You're a decade or more you're around about a decade younger than I, you know? Mail is right next to you. The mall is right next to you. That's a good 3rd place. That used to be the traditional 3rd place of people, but it seems like one that has really fallen out of fashion, especially as we have a increasingly online world. 5 tries, let's do it. You know, I guess you could think of like the Costco boys, you know, the boys that hang out at Costco and who are famous. By the way, probably worth saying, I don't think it's a hot take to say, but is it sad to think that the most famous new celebrities of this decade, let's say, of the last 5 years post-pandemic, the most famous new celebrity of this time are the Costco boys, the Rizzler, Big Justice, what's the last one named? There's like 3 of them, right? Those gotta be like the celebrities I know the best of the last 5 years myself. I don't think they've made any more of them, other than other TikTok, YouTube type people. There's Costco. The Costco guys were great until they became celebrities. I only knew them like once they appeared on Jimmy Fallon, and Jimmy Fallon looked like he wanted to die, and that just, you know, sort of made their reputation for me as people that like Jimmy Fallon is just confused by, you know, is just taken aback by, just makes him want to question all his life choices, essentially. They're a little much, but they are probably the most famous people of this century, or not this century, but like this decade, the 20s, and yeah, it's something to think about, isn't it? What happened to celebrities? Why aren't there new celebrities? They're now only made on TikTok, and they're not real anymore. And like, it's very easy to just go like, I feel like we've strayed afar from the topic of third places, by the way. But like, it's very easy to look at like YouTube and look at like, I've been watching like a weird amount of like drama videos recently, and just like, you know, watching Drew Gooden or someone basically be like, okay, so you know, like the Winklevoss, not the Winklevoss, those are the guys who funded Facebook. You know, like the Dingleberry twins, right? And it's like, no, I've never heard of these people in my life. Well, they're very famous and they make prank videos. Let's look at a couple. And it's like, okay, this is a side of culture I haven't seen before, and I am perplexed, confused, and morbidly interested in the content that you are about to show me on your YouTube channel, where you know, oftentimes just watch another YouTube channel and go, what? It's a reliable format, and somehow it works for me. I don't know. Works for a lot of people. That's why it's popular. I know. Hey, Super Baby Mario, how you doing? Thank you for the Level Rock Party. We weren't able to do it. Let me hit dismiss and bring up the next. Anyway, had a lot of fun at GameStop, and that just makes me really pine for third places. Next up is Lord Bowser, who just said, good tries. Excellent. Good. Okay, you are here, you are present. 9-4, right? It's the next one. I've been thinking recently how cool Orlando would be to be in. Let me just tangent segue the talk of third places, a place to hang out in person, to the third place that I would like to have long term. You know, GameStop is a great third place for one night, for one morning, for every 3, 4, 5, 7, 8 years, you know. But like, as far as a third place that I would like to be in, like, you know, weekend by weekend, I have been thinking about how much I enjoy the theme parks that they have in Orlando, how much I would like to be in them, how cool and chill it seems to be to just be someone who just like goes to the park casually and just like hangs out after work or on a Saturday. You know, I'm thinking about like, oh, I have 2 cousins who already live in Orlando. I would not be alone, like, as far as relations go. There are also several other relatives, albeit, you know, aunts and uncles and cousins. I think I have another cousin who's in another part of Florida. You know, it's not like I don't have... I've been thinking about that recently and just thinking like, can I actually move to Orlando? Wouldn't that be a good idea? Would that be good? Would that be doable? Would that be viable? Could I do that? Could I swing that with work? And I just can't help but think right now, especially after that such a good time with the third place of outside GameStop, going like, man, that would be fun. Man, that would be satisfying. Man, that would be good. What would I miss? I would miss my immediate family, my parents, my sister, my nephew. I would miss HEB, really good store. Apparently they have some Whataburger in Orlando. They have some Whataburger in Orlando, so I wouldn't be giving up Whataburger for what it's worth. I would be giving up Brahms. Brahms only exists in like a small circle around like the Oklahoma area, like just barely, including DFW, just barely reaching up to Kansas. You know, just like 2 states wide, essentially. Lord Bowser says, I've lived in the Orlando area for over 10 years. What do you make of it, Lord Bowser? Do you like the theme parks? Have you been to Epic Universe yet? I've been talking about Universal a good amount on this channel. I didn't know you were local. Maybe you're not a theme park person though. Maybe you can't like offer the maybe that's not your thing. How is it there? What would you think? You been to Universal before or Fun Spots? I've not been to Fun Spot before. That would be a thing I guess I would add to the agenda, or rather that I would go to if I had the, if I lived there occasionally. I would also probably take the trip out to Busch Gardens, and that'd be fun as well now and again. It's like a 2-hour drive outside of Orlando to get to Busch Gardens.
Oh, no.
Feasible on occasion. Let's do this. You've not been to Disney before, though, Lord Bowser. I would get all the season passes. I would get, I would definitely, at least for the first year, maybe not long term, maybe not like forever, but at least for the first year, I'd be like, yeah, okay, give me all the major ones. Give me Disney, give me Universal, and give me SeaWorld. Give me all 3, and then, like, every weekend, I would probably, like, decide on which one to go to randomly. Or hell, I could even ask chat. I could even on the Friday stream be like, yo folks, where should I go? Should I go to, which theme park? Would that be fun? Would y'all vote differently every week? And maybe I would not include the park that I went to on the previous week, I guess also, obviously, one can go from one park to the other. You go to Epcot, you can visit, you can go to Walt Disney as well. You can go to Magic Kingdom, you go to Epic Universe to the other ones will be more of a to-do, but you can go to from studios to islands pretty easily. You've been to Disney Springs once? That's nice. You should go to, I'll say as someone who has just, like, toured those parks, you should go to all of them, like, I'd recommend them. I'll say, like, my cousin is more of a, like, Disney person. She had only been to, like, the Disney parks, regularly. So that when I wanted to go to Universal, when I visited last time, 2 years ago, I visited and stayed over at her place and we went to all the parks. She got, like, season passes for all the parks, including SeaWorld, and that was fun for her as well. You should check them out sometime, And she said she had a friend that was, like, a theme park nut, had all the season passes for all the parks. That'd be me. I would be that sort of theme park nut. I would get them all. I say that, I don't have a Six Flags season pass, even though I'm an hour outside. I'm like an hour from over Texas. Over Texas is not that good of a park. Over Texas is like a tier below SeaWorld, I would say. I would say it's like a tier below SeaWorld. Or is it even with SeaWorld? It's hard to say. I've only been to SeaWorld once. But over Texas, you can do in one day without any trouble, and you've seen literally everything that they got that's good, Maybe it depends on how busy they are, but, they have a lot of coasters, I'll give them that, but, like, you don't need to go more than once every few years, whereas, like, I could go to SeaWorld and see some dolphins or something. I could do stuff other than the roller coasters they have there. Excellent level, Lord Bowser. Let me hit complete and hit the thing. Florida has a lot of hurricanes for the long term. That is true. I have heard that, like, You can't get insurance in Florida. That's weird. You can't get like house insurance at a good rate. Also long term, it might flood and turn into a swamp eventually. You know, and then you won't be able to sell your house, and then, you know, it's the meme. It's the Aquaman meme from H Bomber guy. Who are you gonna sell your house to? Fucking Aquaman? Is that the line? Fucking Aquaman? Is that it, or is it some other curse like It is fucking Aquaman, isn't it? Florida's hella weird. Weather-wise, I hear that the rain like comes and goes really fast, right? It can be very rainy, but you know, what's it that they say, if you don't like the weather, wait an hour, you'll get new weather essentially. I'm butchering it, I know. Barnstormer, go ahead and confirm. Anyway, I'll say right now I have no plans. Florida weather fast. I have no plans right now. My main plan is just to like visit this year, and my lease ends next year, and my plan is to buy a house here, but like, what if instead I bought a house in Florida and moved to Florida, and then I could be that sort of person, then I would have a third place, and you know, other than outside of GameStop. I don't know. These are thoughts that go through my head. I should probably discuss them with family, and, you know, like my parents. And, you know, I'll say my parents, you know, we lived in Orlando briefly as kids. We lived in Orlando briefly as kids when my parents first moved back into America from, you know, when I was a baby, they were in the Navy. They were abroad in, like, Spain. I was born in Spain, in fact, while they were serving in the United States Navy. They moved to Florida first because relatives and stuff. And they kind of got Florida, Orlando specifically. And my sister was born there, you know, 2 years after I was in Spain. You know, the timeline didn't make sense. Maybe I was like 1 when we moved there. We were there for a few years, and eventually they just got tired of people stopping by to stay while they went to theme parks. And, you know, I'll say, I would just learn to say no. I think I would just learn to say no, and it wouldn't be a problem. But, you know, that is a very funny problem to have, just like people showing up, even literally the day that we're moving out. People showing up to be like, hey, we're here to see Disney. What? You're moving? Where are we supposed to stay then? Not here. What the fuck? Is traffic bad because of the tourism and all? Like, how do you feel about tourism as, like, Orlando natives? I mean, I guess a lot of the tourism, you know, a lot of the tourists just, like, stay at the hotels on site, so they're not necessarily, like, you know, venturing out into the city, taking up the highways, things of that nature, are they? Barnstormer gave an emote. Excellent. That is something I'm... Shitty traffic begs the tourist never knowing how to drive. Dang. Well, I assure you I know how to drive, so... What are you gonna do? That's like the... Definitely a negative. Definitely something to consider. I should talk to my relatives. I know another cousin, you know... Like I said, I have had one cousin in Orlando forever, and her sister moved to Orlando just like a year ago. Like, previously she was like an hour or 2 out of town, you know, far enough where she would come in and like, you know, stay at her sister's and like do Disney. She, you know, she's a big Disney person, does a lot of pin trading and stuff, apparently. That's, her jam. And, you know, more power to her. Glad she has fun doing the Disney. My cousins are all Disney adults, largely. I'm the universal adult above among us, I think. Well, me, my sister, and my mom, our branch of the family is all Disney, are all universal adults. Except for my dad, who says he's too old. Which, to be fair, he's right, he is too old. You know, last time we took him there, we took him to Universal. My mom took him to Universal. He was like, you know, you don't see many other 60-year-old men here. You know that? You notice that? You don't see that many other 60-year-old men in queue for Velocicoaster, okay? Jesus Christ. He has a point. He seriously does. It is funny, though, to me, to make him go on Velocicoaster. My mom, you know, she has, like, it's a very simple request. Just come with us on this ride. Not asking for much here, but he is right. Insofar as being old, he is old. I do worry about getting old myself, you know. I love Epic Universe, I haven't been to Epic Universe. I love Universal Studios, the 2 parks that I know about. And also the water park's pretty good too. I think it's sad to think that my ma, you know, eventually will be too old for it, you know. She's, you know, 60s as well, you know. And it's sad to think like, yo, in 30 years, I probably also will be too old for Universal and Disney. Isn't that sad? Isn't that sad? I'll still be able to enjoy the atmosphere, I guess. But, like, Velocicoaster in 30 years, will it still be there? I hope so. I imagine so. I imagine they'll retrack Velocicoaster when it comes due. And, they'll do Hulk again. And they'll do Hagrid's. They'll retrack all those things. They're all too good to replace ever. I say that, but they replaced Dueling Dragons. That said, like, hey, Stardust Racers, Stardust or Starfall. I forget which one it is now. It's Starfall, isn't it? Starfall Racers. Those are dueling coasters, and they say they're phenomenal. They say they're, like, better than Velocicoaster, as good as Velocicoaster. Maybe people's favorite coaster ever. Those 2 new ones. I'm excited to ride those. I'll have a vacation to Orlando in August, I think. And then, you know, I'll definitely talk to relatives then. I'll talk to relatives at the shore when we do family reunion stuff, where everyone will be in New Jersey for a week. Well, I'll talk to my immediate family. I'll figure out, like, what I want to do. It would be a big step to be, like, far enough away from family where, like, you know, they can't help you move or deal with some bullshit in your life. You know, you need a ride. They wouldn't be able to do it. But, you know, I wouldn't be alone in Orlando. And it does sound really fun to me and just really appealing. And I haven't had a 3rd place. I don't have a 3rd place in my life other than GameStop. And, you know, I'm only going to go to GameStop one more time to pick up a Switch 2, which will be fun. Will be definitely very fun. But it's not a long-term 3rd place solution, you know. My new 3rd place outside GameStop, that's not a solution. That's not a long-term proposition, but Orlando could be. That's a lot of thoughts have been running through my head recently to that effect. Maybe I should just think about vacations. I'll say, whenever I do go to Orlando and walk around the theme parks for 4 days, by the end, I'm like, oh my god, my legs are killing me. I can't do this again. I'm glad that I won't have to walk this, you know, I'm done for now, basically. I guess it is worth noting that as, like, a local, you would, you know, take it more easy. You wouldn't necessarily push yourself to ride every day. You would treat it a lot more casually and probably blow out your feet a lot less, you know? Let me hit complete, and that's the end of this topic. And also, I do believe that, like, you know, that's a pretty good place to end the pre-order talk and the 3rd place talk and the Orlando talk, because also, yo, hey, do you know what time it is right now? Oh, you know. It is time for the lightning round. That's right, it's lightning round time. It's 8 o'clock, perfect time to start the lightning round. I decide the time arbitrarily every night, and also sometimes try to line it up with changing certain topics. We're done talking about pre-orders and third places and Orlando and that sort of thing. Final thought on that: I wouldn't live in Japan. You know, Japan is as nice of a vacation spot as Orlando for me, but I feel like it would be bad to live in. So I wouldn't do that. No, just because like work-life balance type stuff. But you know, Orlando is definitely a possibility and something I'm thinking about. As I'm like just mulling things over. Anywho, it's the lightning round. Let me explain how this works. From now on out, we have 5 tries to beat each level that comes our way. 5 tries, refreshing at checkpoints, and 7 under certain circumstances. 1, the first level of the night, whose person is here. Killer is here. Bonus heads confirmed. 2, super worlds, including ones that are just not proper super worlds, but are like just on the menu screen. Language would be a bigger issue. That's true as well. There's certainly cultural barriers that would make living in Japan weird. Yeah, for sure. Food. You know, I do like a Whataburger. I do like a Five Guys. I would miss those as well. You can get both of those, I think, in Orlando. Super worlds, including not ones that are especially proper, and 3 levels with a clear rate below 1%. The bonus heads come in all sorts of shapes. You can see there they go around randomly, and I throw up this to make sure I can't see what they're currently on, and then I hit stop, and we find out we got Yellow Yoshi. Excellent. Now we'll play the level and do the thing. That was one thing I'll say, like, just to wrap it around again to the fucking GameStop. The one guy who I mentioned, the one guy who was like half Japanese, right? Who apparently visits Japan a bunch. He was saying that as well, that he would rather, you know, he would rather, like, it would be, Japan is fun to visit, but wouldn't be as fun to live in, and that was his opinion as well. And that sounds about right to me as well, you know. Let's do it. It's a super world. We would have had the lives anyway. And as a reminder, we refreshed our lives last time. We might not have needed to, considering that we only have 7. But hey, those could have refreshed. And if we had run out after refreshing, that would have been awkward. Okay, I see what's going on here. These tires are moving about, ducking into the lava, and giving us a hard time. Well, not a hard time. That wasn't so bad. The first one was kind of the hardest one, since it, like, spent time in the lava below. But since then, they've been, like, all very present. Those spike pistons... Spike pistons? Crushers! What they're called. Not bad either, but that one gave us some business. That one gave us the business. We had not gotten a checkpoint yet. Bounce, bounce! That's right, bounce, bounce. That's what they say. Bounce, bounce, F! Bounce, bounce, F. That's funny to me. I'll say this stream probably already has a name. It's probably gonna be called, my new third place, outside GameStop. But, you know, if it wasn't being called that, it would be called, Bounce Bounce F. That's a good name. That's a good VOD name right there. Jeez. Bounce Bounce F. That's too good. I'm sorry, Bounce Bounce F. There's kind of a through line already to this stream. Kinda can't be ignored. Ah. We got a checkpoint and then we died. Refresh and then lost it. Okay. Scythe. CP hype, that's what that is. No space between P and hype. That, confused me for a second. As you could tell by the fact that I was audibly confused. That's right, CP hype indeed. Bounce, bounce, F! What's the letter for, like, the opposite of F? What's the letter for, like, well, it's G, and it's two of them, specifically. It's GG. Bounce, bounce, GG. That's a much more positive, bounce, bounce. Bounce, bounce, F, bounce, bounce, GG. Bounce, bounce, CP. Okay. We need to lure this guy in. This looks tough. And not have that happen. We got a checkpoint though, right? So refresh and then lost one. I should refresh when I get the checkpoint, but I don't half the time because I'm forgetful. I'll say, by the way, for what it's worth, you know, talked about a bunch about, like, you know, staying up all night at GameStop and, you know, then working a full day after that. I'll say, like, after work last night, after work, I definitely, like, collapsed and, went to sleep around 5, woke up around 7, got, like, you know, some nice quality time in watching, you know, all my anime, playing some video game. I watched, American Psycho randomly. I saw a YouTube video about American Psycho 2 and how weird it was, and I said, like, I should watch American Psycho 1 for the first time in forever. And it was really good. And then I went to sleep around, like, a reasonable time and slept a reasonable amount. And was still kind of tired, but, you know, managing. I'm doing all right now. Let it be said that, like, you know, I feel like my sleep schedule is close to being recovered. If I could, like, go to sleep tonight at a reasonable time, then maybe, and sleep through the entire night, and stop getting tired around, like, noon or so, in general, right? Lunchtime and all that. Then I could just, start being more what I'm looking for as far as that stuff goes. But hey, it's fine, you know, I'll live. And, you can see, I think you can tell, maybe, I'm doing okay. I've been chatting this whole time, and it doesn't seem like I'm falling asleep, does it? Maybe I could use a little more sleep. I'll say that much, I'll be honest. I could use a little more sleep. Well, I'm fine. Good boss, quality boss. Boss. Let me get those heads down and hit complete. Get the next level up. Next one says it's from me, but that is actually the level submitted by from YouTube viewer who could not submit. Alistair. Let me at Alistair manually using my keyboard. You'll hear the typing. You are up. Physical keyboards are noisy, aren't they? You're up, Alistair. Go ahead and confirm, and I will play your level, and it'll be sudden death if you don't confirm, you know. Alistair could not submit the level normal style, so I did it on their behalf. What are you gonna do? Sometimes YouTube seems to swallow up messages. Meanwhile, why don't I pop a card and talk about what's on it? Shout out to Gamers Nexus. That's right. I want to shout out to Gamers Nexus. What was that one about? Oh, that was the... I had an image for the GameCube controller. I forgot. I had that prepared. I should have pulled that during GameCube controller talk. Shout out to Gamers Nexus. They're a YouTube channel that does, like, tech stuff, you know? They do some pretty good tech content. It seems like, you know, in the wake of, like, controversy with, like, Linus... What's the full channel name of Linus Tech Tips? Linus Tech Tips, there you go. This was one of the channels that people ended up, like, filtering to, going to, and they did some really amazing reporting this week. Basically, they did a whole 3-hour video where they went around talking to, like, 8 different companies all around America, talking about the tariffs and how it affects their bottom line, what they're going to do in response, how they can weather the storm, you know, really getting their perspective and their insight in a way that was just really fascinating and really insightful. And I'll say, like, on Tuesday, right? Tuesday night, after doing the Star Fox Adventure stream, after that stream, I saw that video, and I watched all 3 hours of it that night after the stream, which was probably too much. Like, I wasn't kidding about being a night owl earlier. I tend to just sometimes stay up way, way, way too late and just recover that sleep later. Anywho, that was a fantastic video. I would recommend y'all check it out. Watch all 3 hours of it. They interviewed, you know, companies as big as Corsair, as well as, like, companies that were just, like, pretty much like mom and pop style, like 10-man you know, 2 to 10-man operations that are small and just, like, import a couple things. I think, like, the highlight was definitely the Austin-based dude who is just like a solo practitioner, does, like, his own thing, like, pretty much independently. And it's a really fun interview because, like, right before he comes up, the Gamers Nexus guy says, like, by the way, heads up, this guy uses profanity, uses some coarse language, and we're not censoring it, we're not going to edit it, we're just going to present it as is. Just be aware, he's going to say some words. He's going to use some harsh language. And it was just very fun to see his perspective on it, and just, like, you know, being real about it in a way, like saying, like, okay, well, it's easy with tariffs to just, the bigger the company is, to say, like, fuck them, right? Like, oh, fuck Corsair, fuck Nintendo, fuck the big boys, fuck Logitech. But, like, where do we draw the line? Like, a 100-man operation? A 10-man operation? Where's the line between, like, fuck them and don't fuck them? You know? And that's just, like, a really interesting, like, dichotomy to break down. A really interesting, like, line of thinking. And, you know, in addition to that, you get, like, some real genuine, like, you know, the people at like, a case manufacturer saying, like, oh yeah, you know, here's how much it costs us to make it. Here's the margin we're taking. We're basically loss leading here. We take $5 of every case, pretty much. And, the realtors take, what's the word? You know what? Hang on, let me just give a pause here. I'll let me finish my thought real fast, and then let me see, hang on, let me see if this is a save zone, or if I have to keep moving. No, I have to keep moving. Okay. We're in sudden death, as Alistair has not confirmed, but we'll start right in a second here, and then we'll not count those first two. Service. I'll give this an honest go, Alistair. I would recommend that video a bunch. It was also interesting to see, like, okay, yeah, the realtor, realtor. What's the word for the people who sell the product? Realty is selling houses. Stores, the store margin, they take 25%. And that's pretty much non-negotiable, is what they were saying on the thing. And, watch the video. It's the best reporting I've seen on tariffs, yet. Definitely the best reporting I've seen on tariffs since, this whole thing began. And it came from just a random, I say a random, I don't mean to disparage. It came from just, like, tech YouTubers, essentially. What? Huh? Oh, I see what I need to do. I need to release the dry bones there to walk along. Okay. Well, I have 1 life left, so pretty sure we're boned. Regardless of what I do. I can jump on the spike and try to jump farther than that, but there's no way! Oh! Oh, there's a clear condition. I couldn't, you couldn't take damage there. For a second, I thought that I had cheesed it and gotten away, and this life is, salvageable, but nah. No, it's done. Also, it kind of looks like I need the power-up anyway. Yeah, I needed the power-up anyway. We are out of lives, and, Alistair has not confirmed, so that's as many as we can do. Really, it's I'm being a little bit generous considering that the first 2 tries were, I was talking during them, so a little bit distracted, a little bit not on the ball, you know. Let me go ahead and hit dismiss, Alistair. Thank you for submitting. I'm sorry if YouTube ate the submission messages. Please feel free to try again and let me know if you have any trouble. I will facilitate further, and, we'll do best. Scaffy just said Q. Excellent, Scaffy, because you are up. That is you who is up next. Excellent, excellent. Which means that we get the full assortment of lives. Excellent, Scaffy is here. Here's another card. I've been playing Majora's Mask. Majora's Mask is fucking excellent. I've been playing that as my off-stream game as I'm, like, watching stuff, such as, the movie last night. I've been going through the dungeons. I've been doing as much, like, non-dungeon stuff as possible. I'll say something about Majora's Mask that is, Majora's Mask, low-key, has great Dandori. Like in the Pikmin 4 sense. There's, like, a great sense of, like, prioritizing, managing your time, figuring out what you can do in a single cycle, scheduling it all out and just being like, okay, I can do aliens at this time, and then I'll pop over there, and I'll do, like, I'll do some aliens here, then I'll pop over and get, like, half the Zora eggs, then I'll go back and, do the milk jug defense, and then let's, do the rest of the Zora eggs during the next day. Okay, maybe I can do, like, the beavers real fast right now, and then I'll do this, and then I'll do that, and then, oh, this is time for that. Let me slow down time a little bit and buy me some time to get some more stuff done. It's just lovely. All that, like, thought that you can put into routing it. Obviously the game is, I'll say Majora's Mask is one of my top 5 games of all time, and, god damn, it shows. Let's do this. It's above 1%, so we get 5 lives. It's just goddamn one of my favorite games of all time, and I'm really enjoying the hell out of going through it again. Like I said, I'm on Stone Temple now. That's the next thing I have to do. And, fuck. This doesn't look that bad, really, actually, despite the clear rates. Let's focus a little bit, and maybe we'll get through it in the 4 lives that we have. This isn't a tight timer, is it? needed the boogie with those thwomps. We waited for those thwomps, and then we would just like be crushed under them if we jumped into their path, I think. Jumping into the pit was not the correct answer, but relatively, maybe that's not also, maybe that's not right as well. I don't know if it was that much worse. I feel like I was cooked either way. In the UK, the skewer is called a spike pillar. Really? There's a regional difference with the name of the spike pillar? There is a hidden power-up. Oh, hey. Good tip, Scaffy. I appreciate it. That sure as hell makes that a lot more possible. I appreciate the tip. Really, I do. We have 2 tries left. But things are going so well. And I bet a lot of the clear rate is because people not finding that power-up. Because otherwise, this level's been very reasonable. I say very reasonable after a hidden power-up, but you understand, right? You should put an indicator or a clue, because it's not really, like, obvious. If you want it to be obvious, if you want people to find it and, like, do good at the level. Really helps. Hey, that was worrisome. But really no problem. There's a non-hidden power-up. Which lets us get into here. Fuck! Double fuck! Triple fuck, we're at the bad start of the level again. This is a long one, folks. No checkpoints. Okay, there's multiple reasons why the clear rate is like just above 1%. Long and hard. Just like I shouldn't say. That's what she said. There we go. That's a good way of you know, being classy about it, you know? I'm a classy gentleman. Long and hard indeed. That's right. That's what she said. Hey, sorry, I'm back. What happened? I died, and then I did some euphemisms for a bit. Not some euphemisms, some double entendres for a bit. And then I said, that's what she said, and everyone laughed. Everyone clapped. That's just about, that about catches you up. Oh, also I played your level, and I died. Didn't get very far. You can resubmit it, or fuck me again. At least this time I won't die in that exact same way. I'll instead do this. Wait. I need the power-up to get through the bullshit. The power-up was essential there. Thank you for the little Scaffy. We couldn't get through it in the 5 tries that we are allotted during the lightning round. I want to say, by the way, during the lightning round, a level is not wasted. And this is true also of very nearly but not quite sudden death, which is what happens when you're not present when your level comes up. A level is not wasted in the lightning round. Feel free to resubmit it. I will give it another try when it comes back up again, when it comes back around. Alistair, if you want to resubmit and you're still having trouble with doing the add command, YouTube eating it, try like modifying it a bit first, and if that doesn't work, just post the code again like naked, and I can try submitting it for you. And I honestly don't know what the fuck YouTube's problem is. I wish they would stop and fix this, and I get the impression that YouTube doesn't really care. I don't know. I don't know if that's like a fair impression. That's as a company, YouTube very much doesn't seem to take live streaming very seriously. I don't know if that's unfair to say. I mean, YouTube chat is much behind Twitch chat by like orders of magnitude, feature-wise, etc. But it's hard to say, I guess, if that means they don't care or if they're just like, you know, general negligence. Both could be true. Switch 2 experiences at Dallas today? I couldn't get in. I tried, 06i. I definitely signed up for that, but didn't get the pick. Got Nintendo Museum last year though, so you know it's not like I'm batting zero. And got two Nintendo Switch 2s lined up, of which I need one, and I need to figure out what I'm doing with the other one. Josh, go ahead and confirm. Meanwhile, let me do another card. Been playing Star Fox Adventures. I mentioned I was playing Majora's Mask, right? Well, my current stream game right now is Star Fox Adventures, and I'll say, like, after the last stream, I kind of had some feelings about that coming out of that. One feeling was, maybe it's a bad idea to play one of my favorite games of all time in the same genre as the game I'm playing on stream, when the game I'm playing on stream is like a much more mid-tier, a much more mid example of the genre, and one that I was definitely like coming out of that going like, oh man, I knew Star Fox Adventures, you know, I knew it had issues, and I had it at a 4 out of 5 on my backlog previously, but after the last stream, I kind of just came out of that and went like, okay, I'm going to backlogged right now. I'm taking it down to a 3 out of 5. Everything Star Fox Adventures, I do hope someone will be able to submit complete your level. I hope that as well, Alistair. Was yours hard? I forget. Definitely let me know if you want me to put it back in there for you. If you're having trouble submitting it yourself, let me know and I can do that again for you. Definitely let me know. You know, as I was saying, struggling with just the fact that, like, yeah, it's not as good. It's rough around the edges, it's repetitive in, like, its combat, and basically, like, everything the game asks you to do is annoying. Like, you land on the planet after doing the first dungeon, and immediately a NPC is like, oh, our torches went out. The evil guy took out our night lights. It's so dark at night. You have to go put our torches back up. And you're just like, really? I have a stone here that, and the characters even remark like, really? We're literally fighting the world breaking apart here, and you want me to do nightlight repair? And Fox even makes a comment to that effect, and still like, yeah, no, it asks you to do that boring thing. Okay, I'll put it back in there for you. Let me give you a second to do that. It's everything it asks you to do is kind of annoying, and like I'm definitely struggling with like I'm definitely struggling with it, right? Definitely struggling with like getting through it, pushing through, and like finding the positive in it. And I'll say, like, one of the biggest, like, takeaways, one of the biggest things I've noticed is, like, Star Fox Adventures 2 kind of doesn't have dungeons. You know, it's more like, anytime there's something that's nearly a dungeon, it's like, if I were to put it on a tier list of dungeons, like in Zelda style, it would go in the tier of, like, I don't know if this qualifies as a dungeon. You know, similar to, Bottom of the Well. It's actually, they're not as good as Bottom of the Well. It's more like, the Gibdo well in Majora's Mask, or another example of a dungeon-like area. One of the areas below the crypts in Majora's Mask again. It's like, this isn't a dungeon. It's basically more of a cave. More of a linear series of rooms where you do, like, some thing and then you move on. Ah, Joss is here. Fantastic. I'll say, like, 06i says the story is good. I have, after the last stream, thought about it, and I did look at my review that I wrote, like, a couple years ago. You know, sort of summing up a previous review that I had written, and remembering the things that are good about the game. Like, yes, the story is good, the writing is good, the voice acting is good, it is charming in a lot of ways. The atmosphere is fantastic. It is a very beautiful game by GameCube standards. It is a very beautiful game by GameCube standards, with music that is sometimes really great. Cape Claw. I did mention last stream we got the Cape Claw. Cape Claw has amazing music. There are good things to be found in the game, but, like, you know, probably the best thing about it, graphics, is just like, you know, kind of SD and kind of aged. Kind of like, you know, leaves you going like, well, that, obviously doesn't hold up. Obviously, like, it's not a graphical showpiece anymore. So... what the fuck? I'm still going to play it next week, of course. I'm gonna continue. I'm gonna finish it. Next 2 weeks, I imagine. And I will try to, look on the bright side, try to find the good there, and, try to enjoy my time. And, whatever. I do think it is just, like, very striking. I'm coming out of this going like, is this the worst game I've played as a full playthrough in my 3 years as a streamer? And I thought long and hard and looked through the full list, and eventually I was like, oh, I played through Lost Levels. Super Mario Bros. 2 Lost Levels. That's worse. Okay. That was kind of part of a big full stream. I don't know if it really counts, but I did finish that on stream once, and that game sucks. That game sucks ass. Star Fox Adventures just doesn't suck ass. It's just a little bit mid, and kind of annoying, but also charming and beautiful at the same time. Thank you for the level, Josh. Let me hit complete, and we'll pull up the next one. 06i is up next. Thank you, and has been chatting. Aziri, thank you for the level. You'll be coming up in like 6 odd levels now. Excellent. Yes, that's right. You can look at the queue or look at the number in the corner. That tells you like how many there is to go. Actually, that's Goose Minecraft who checked the queue. I was confused for a second because both of your names are pink. I'll say, though, on the topic of Star Fox Adventures, my new RetroTink 5X arrived. I panic bought a RetroTink, given that they are stopping orders in America, given the whole tariff situation. They're not going to sell to America anymore. So I went and bought one when I could, and I hooked it up. I tested Star Fox Adventures, and I realized that there's a limit to how good component cables can be. And, you know, I didn't have the best cables, it turns out. So I then went and researched for 2 seconds and realized, like, okay, my GameCube is too fucking old. It doesn't have a port for digital video out. Or actually, it's too fucking new is the problem. When I was a kid, my GameCube died, so I had to replace it, like, around 6 years in. Like, I don't remember if the Wii was literally out at the time, but I must have not had a Wii, so it must have been like 2006, 2005 or something. But I got a silver GameCube that didn't have that port on it, so that sort of limited my options. But I could get S-Video, apparently, and that's better. And I just got those cables for S-Videos today, hooked that all up. Let me tell you, looks pretty damn sharp. Looks pretty damn sharp, Star Fox Adventures does. I think y'all are gonna be quite pleased next Tuesday if you tune in it's gonna be a quite good-looking Star Fox Adventures 2 stream. And you know, there's probably like 2 more streams of Star Fox Adventures 2 at the rate we've been going. Maybe 1 if like the last 2 chunks just go by really fast. I'm not sure like how much more on-planet stuff there is. And like how long that'll take. The last stream went shorter than the first stream, I'll say, for doing like the same sort of chunk of the game. You know, going up to one of those floating planets, getting the thing and coming back. And there's 2 of those left, so probably 2 streams, I would bet. But like, I did spend $300 on this RetroTink. I should probably get more use out of it. I'll say I am low-key thinking like, what on GameCube can I stream that I haven't already? What on GameCube can I stream that's not going to be on Nintendo Switch 2 relatively soon? Should I buy a PlayStation 2 with a Magic PlayStation 2 that can play any game that's been released in a legal fashion, I'm sure? I'm sure the people selling those on Etsy have done the legwork to make sure that's all in the up and up. Oh, we haven't finished this one, actually. Let's do it. And clear rate, we're counting this as a super world, so we get extra lives. And yeah. Let's do it. Definitely thinking about getting some more retro consoles, in particular a PS2, which I never had before, in order to like get some more mileage out of Woo! Hell yeah. How did we not clear this last time? I mean, I was playing 06i's Super World this whole time, and the last time was outside the lightning round, was it not? Or was 06i's last time in the lightning round? I forget, but that doesn't seem that hard, and also I don't remember playing it earlier. Oh, right, no, I remember this. Oh, it was Express Pass, that's right. That makes sense, right, yes. World 5 onward's gonna be harder. That makes sense. Super Worlds typically ascend in difficulty level. We are doing fantastically this time, though. We got hit. We are doing pretty damn good this time, though. Still pretty damn good. Finishing it pretty damn good. Hell yeah. 1 try as well this time. Let's go. Let me hit complete and Zalaxel's play. You are up next. Anyway, very happy with the RetroTink. It looks really good. Looks really sharp. Definitely want to get some more retro consoles or something. Get some more mileage out of it, maybe. I also bought some cables for my Wii so that I could plug for my Wii U, so I could plug in my Wii U when it's doing Wii mode in using those component cables. And I'm hoping that looks better than like just the Wii U upscaling it normal style. I don't know. Is that dumb? That might be dumb. I'm not sure. That might be dumb, but like I'm one more opportunity to use the damn thing. I don't know. I paid for this thing. I need to use it. That's sort of where I'm at right now. Just mentally, just like psychologically. Need to get a PlayStation 2. That's one thing I think maybe later this year I'll maybe bite the bullet on. I say bite the bullet. That's something I'm low-key really seriously considering. Like a Magic PS2, play a bunch of PS2 games I never played before. Think that'd be good content. Add at the starts, Japanese viewer. You put the exclamation points at the start before the ad. How would you say that in Japanese? Add Well, I can do the message. I can do the how to submit Japanese. How to submit. Right there. There you go. Exclamation point. What's the word for like choto? Not quite. Basically. Kara is like from, right? Like and there's a word for like end. It's been like a year plus since I studied any Japanese, I'll say. I stopped studying Japanese a while ago. Is it like Made is like the end? Is like end? There you go. Perfect. Got it. I don't see Zella's play in chat, so let's go ahead and play the level sudden death style then. Excellent. I did do a thing in chat so Zala's play could see. I did. Okay, good. Due diligence was made. We have 2 tries on account of that, you know. Let's do it. Fuck. This does not seem that hard, I'll say. So, let's do it to it. I do wonder if we need the coins or if they're optional. I'll say I do have a lot of plans and a lot of ideas for things to do. You know, I kind of feel like I always feel like I need something new to work on, some new idea, some big project, some initiative. I get bored without something new going on, you know? I have a feeling that I don't need to kill that guy, so I'm just gonna retreat after getting the red coin. Checkpoint gets us back up to 2. We do need... We either need to get the rest of the red coins. Okay, it's the red coins, Careless, but we have a checkpoint. We're good. So long as we're the least bit careful, we will survive. Wasn't very careful, but we got the key, and we're home free. Let's go through the door and not die in a comical fashion. Okay, this is fine. Those guys got yeeted, and the other guys were no big deal. This looks hard, but you can kind of just stand in place and you're good. I tried ducking to avoid a flame, and that's reset Bowser. Stand in place. I can drop an icicle on the motherfucker. Stand in place, and we got him. Cool. We did it. No need to rush. I got a fire flower. Wait. I don't have a key. So either Boom Boom earlier is you do need to kill him, or alternatively hidden key. That's right, we have a key hunt here. Motherfucker, that would be very handy to have. Oh, god damn it. Okay, yeah, Boom Boom had a key. Gotta be very careful. Remember, this room is a little bit daunting, but it's not bad, especially if you move fast. And Yeah, that's right, key found. These guys are killable. Even without Fire Flower. Did it! Managed it. Let's go. Hidden complete. Thank you, Zelez. Very good. Alright, Goose Minecraft. You are up. You've just said GG. You are here. Hey, Trebucket, what's up? Trebucket, did you get a Switch 2 pre-order in? Honk, says Goose. That's right. Everyone feel free to keep telling me if y'all got Switch 2s. I got 2. I got 2 Switch 2s. I'm figuring out what I want to do with the second one. The spare, as it were. Who I want to give it to. I'm not keeping it, obviously. I only need one. Personally, for my personal use. Hey, I've been playing Pokemon TCG Pockets. I'll say, like, I've kind of been not playing, like, the multiplayer at all. Not playing, like, matches. Not really working on decks, even after I got some really good cards relatively recently. That Beedrill EX and all. I'll say I went into online once with that. You did not get a pre-order in, but you tried. Dang, Trebucket. Hope you manage by the time the thing comes out. And if you don't, you know, hey, I know there's plenty of people who have extras. I have an extra, but I'm still figuring out, like, who I can get it to. You know, family wants it, that sort of thing. Hopefully you manage to get one before they come out. Good luck. It's first I'm hearing of someone who didn't quite manage it. Sorry to hear that. I'll say an interesting thing. I did play a little bit of the online. I did play a little bit of, clear rate is well above 10% or 1%. So we get 5 lives. Very good. I'll say I was playing a little bit of the online, right? And the weird thing about the online right now is, in Pokemon Pocket, is that I did not get into the ranked, right? I ignored the ranked, basically did just enough to get some quests done, which is to say I'm still in beginner, which is where people play decks that literally have 3 colors in it for no apparent reason. Like, my god, do you know how to build a deck in this game? You want to pick one color and pick like a couple Pokemon of that color. You understand? What are you doing? Unless they have, like, they're splashable, like you know, like a Magnezone. That's you can put Magnezone in any deck, technically. Well, if you have room. But I'll say, like, a weird thing now is that when you go into unranked, it shows you the ranking of the person you're playing against. So suddenly it's like, okay, I'm here. It just showed the other person that I'm in beginner. And what's the rank of the other person? Oh, that's right, they're a Master Ball. And it's just like, okay, I'm not liking my odds here. My dumbass versus someone who literally grinded all the way up the ranks. Like, with my deck that I threw together in 2 minutes just to try out Beedrill EX. I didn't win that match, didn't win the next one, and then I said, okay, I'm good. There's also a new pack that's coming, apparently. It seems like they come up with a new one every month, so it's kind of stopping being news, I think. The biggest news is like, oh yeah, rare candy is gonna be part of it. So you're gonna be able to skip from, rank, from like a stage, basic Pokemon to stage 2, using the item Rare Candy when that happens. So, that's cool, but like, I don't know. I'm not terribly excited for that, despite having like, didn't get nothing. Despite having like plenty of hourglasses ready to go for when that hits. I'll do a 10 pull, probably on stream, I don't know. I'll do a 10 pull for that, and we'll get some cards, and I'll go like, oh, cards, whatever. Yeah. I'm not terribly enthused with Pokemon Pocket, but hey, you can continue just getting your free cards every day, and it doesn't make you play it if you don't want to. You know, that at least keeps me on board, where otherwise I would have fell off. You did get back from a really fun fishing vacation with folks, caught a bunch of red fish. Is that like I was about to say, is that like in Animal Crossing? I don't think I've heard of red drum. Is red drum in Animal Crossing? I guess not every fish is in Animal Crossing. Is that a weird thought to have? Or am I wrong? Is every fish in Animal Crossing? I feel like every fish should be in Animal Crossing. Is a red drum like a red snapper? Is it worth as many bells as a red snapper? What season does it appear in? Please check and see if red drum is in Animal Crossing New Horizons. Can you Google that for me, Trebucket? Hang on. I can Google that for me. Is red drum in Animal Crossing New Horizons? There's actually an answer in chat now, but AI says yes. Wait a minute. It's not the fish though. It's a drum. Red drums are sadly not in Animal Crossing, says chat. Not the fish. Fish! No, the red drum is not a fish in Animal Crossing, says the AI. They make you expand it to... Oh, did it actually... Hang on. Oh, I don't want to export it. Did it not say... Hang on. Did it say it was AI before I expand the thing? Oh, it did say it was up top. Okay. The red drum is a furniture item. But it is not a fish. Suppose that's why it's not a fish. It's a furniture item. A big red drum. A big red barrel. Great. Question answered. Oh, I thought I was dead. I thought I was dead there. There's the floor below us. Okay. I thought I killed myself just like getting way too anal about fishes in Animal Crossing. It is in Moonglow Bay. Interesting. Point to Moonglow Bay. I guess Animal Crossing doesn't have any fish in it. Every fish in it. It definitely has any fish in it. Doesn't have every fish in it. News to me. I kind of thought that Animal Crossing was like, you know, the complete set of... Okay, we're good, we're good, we're good. Here's the way back up. I don't think those red drums in Animal Crossing are as tasty, I assume, as the ones that you got in real life, Trebucket. That said, I don't know, you could cook in a red drum. You could absolutely, like, get a little bonfire going, and then, you know, get like a barrel fire. Everyone loves a barrel fire, right? Do people actually do barrel fires? Is that like a real thing? I'm not gonna Google it. I'm not gonna Google it. Not right now. I bet not. The red drum you ate was tremendous. That's sick. I'm not the biggest fish person in the world. I like tuna, though. I like tuna, I like salmon. Those are the two fish that I like. I did have some really good seafood ramen in Japan. That was really good. Despite, like, not really having a taste. I don't have that much crab ever, or lobster. I don't really know the taste of them. So like, you know... I don't know, right? Can't go wrong with tuna and salmon. Those are like S-tier fish, right? Those are like the S-tier of fish, right? Right? Shrimp isn't fish, but shrimp is probably also up there. I'll say I don't like shrimp as much as I like, I kind of feel weird about shrimp. It's also like insecty, right? And you know, it is related to insects. You know, shrimps are with their little legs and their little fins. Ooh, I don't know. You gotta take like most of it off for it to be appealing, but I don't mind it on occasion. Tuna mayo, yeah, that's the combo. Tuna and mayo. A spicy tuna roll and a salmon avocado roll for sushi. I like a rainbow roll, which I guess means that's basically, you know, variety pack is what I like. I like every sushi to be different when I have some sushi. Let me hit complete. And bring up the next one. I'll say I'm almost out of cards. Let me just look at my list right here. Say we have like 3-4 cards left and we have 6 levels in queue. I'll do this one and the one after, and then we will do last calls, okay? So 2 more levels and then it'll be time for last calls, okay? So continue submitting until that time. We are we're coming up on you know, the end here, I suppose. Hello, Pax Blocks, how you doing? Let me know, get a level in if you please. Did I get up the next one? This is, yeah, I got up the next one. It's Super Baby Mario. Super Baby Mario, please confirm. I believe that is a YouTuber. You can tell because there's spaces in the name. Super Baby Mario, please confirm, and I will play your level. And I'll do so either way, but, you know, confirm and I get more temps. I'm still playing the blueprints. I haven't made any progress, literally pretty much 0 progress in the last week on account of I'm at a point where I'm gathering some endgame keys, like the second level of endgame, or the first level of endgame, basically, which is just a big key hunt, essentially. And I'm trying to get the last one, and to get that, I need to get a vault, and I need to get a random vault key. Is it a spoiler to say these things? What level is your dishwashing machine? I don't know what you mean. Is that like a blueprints thing? If so, I haven't gotten that yet. I haven't gotten a washing machine yet. I've used the laundry before a bunch of times. Got it powered up even and used one of those gimmicks, but I don't think I've seen a dishwasher yet. Yeah, you need to get back to it. Your last play session was big unlocking sequence for you. Hell yeah, dude. I'm pretty much just in a holding pattern, just doing runs and having a good time. You know, I'll say like before I went out to GameStop at like 5 a.m. When I went to GameStop and I saw no one was there, I went home and I did like 1 round of blueprints. And during that 1 round, I got the wild berry situation. And I used that for the first time, and that was pretty cool. I got some pretty rare stuff early, just randomly. I got some pretty rare crap, and that just felt really good, and especially good as a Hail Mary. Though, I'll say, it turns out you can only use that a couple times in a run, so you probably should be more judicious about it, but live and learn, I guess, you know? There's still things to say, like, I got farther in the classroom cycle, you know, I got more classrooms than I've done before. I got up to the grade, I forget if it was 6 or 7, but I got up to, like, late game classroom, but couldn't quite get them all. Sorry, still got a bit of a cough, you know. But, like, it all comes down to that vault key and that vault, and getting both in one run is hard. Even with tricks like, okay, I can use a certain blessing, and that can save my vault, and make it so that I can get the vault no matter what. And if I get a coat check, I can check in a vault key, even if I don't have the vault. But none of that has helped yet. I haven't found the vault key, even with a coat check or not. I haven't been able to get the vault all the time. Well, the vault's not the problem, it's the key. But like, yeah, no, it's a great roguelite, but also, like a roguelite, it all comes down to, like, can you get the run? can you get the RNG that gives you what you need to solve the puzzle? The puzzle is get better RNG. And, like, that's just kind of frustrating. Can't wait to see it, Pax Blocks. Pax Blocks says in chat, Pax Blocks' level will be a unique one. Hell yeah. Super Baby Mario is not here, so it'll be sudden death until such time as confirmation comes in. What? What's going on here? There's a guy's coming at me. These potobos are coming around, and if I'm not careful, they will totally come into the room with me. But since the reds are off, they cannot. So I guess I need to, like, release the red for a second so that they can pass certain barriers, but not at a time where I can be killed for it. Okay, I think I'm figuring this out. This is not as hard of a puzzle as Blueprints, you know? I suppose, like Blueprints, it's also not really a matter of RNG. Unlike Blueprints, it's not a RNG matter. Okay, this is bad. Oh, maybe it's fine. They're, like, trapped up there. This is manageable. Okay, the bomb is doing the thing. The bomb's killing the guy. There's a couple of potobos in the room with us. But we still are able to get to the key door. Hell yeah. Do you think that's the end of the level? Let's find out. Are we done here? No. Oh boy. Oh. Okay. Crap. I need to use the shells to hit the on-offs. And also I need to make sure that, I think I just need to, I think that one's not as dangerous, it's just a little bit scary. The fact that you can access all Nintendo Switch games with the light for 180 is quite nice. The light's pretty good value, I guess, yeah. I'll say I'm happy with my, like, full-size Switch. The Switch was a really good value system. I'll say that, you know, it's kind of not true. I'm not saying anything anyone doesn't already know. The Switch is amazing value. What the hell now? Oh my god. I have... Whoa, no. Switch 2 is more of a power system, I'll say. Based on, like... Which I think is good, considering that, like, the Switch 1 was severely underpowered. This one, I think, will be a whole lot less severely underpowered. This is fucked. Yeah, you're right, it's a lot of fire. I thought I could get that. That was so... It looked like there was a little gap for just a second. But, nah. Thank you for the level, Super Baby Mario. I thought that was really interesting. And, the gas factory is pretty much a dangerous place, huh? That's, ooh. So close, yet so far. I mean... It was pretty much fucked. You saw how much fire was there. It was lucky that we were able to get below the door, let alone in it. Forget about getting in the damn door. What the fuck? Thank you for the level. I'm hitting, I'm going to hit dismiss Baby Mario. And bring up the next one, Killer, who has been chatting. Hell yeah, Killer. Where are you at, Pax Blocks? You're at the end of the queue. You're the last one to submit. Very good. Okay. This will be the last level before last call, before we close the queue. Before we do that, before we do that, I will do a card real fast. Let's try Oblivion and Claire Obscure Sunday. That's right. Just wanted to see how far back. Not too far, it's just 6 levels. There's been more packed queues. So, right now, where I'm at with like the Switch 2, with the Switch 2 coming in a month and a half, and, you know, a lot of third-party games probably going to be on the Switch 2 soon enough, like Assassin's Creed Shadows, for instance. My tact right now is I kind of don't want to play any games that could be on Switch 2, but also I want to play some games. And my particular thinking right now is I would like to play some Game Pass games that I'm giving for free through Game Pass, and, you know, that's kind of all I want to play right now, considering that, like, anything else probably is quite likely to be on Switch. Hell, Claire Obscure and Oblivion probably could be on Switch eventually, but I'm still going to play them on Game Pass because, you know, free, less money, whatever, you know. And I've heard such good things about both the remake of Oblivion and Claire Obscure, Expedition 33, as they call it. Well, don't worry, PAX Blocks, we're in the lightning round, so every level will be like, you know, even a getting over it style level. There's special rules for getting over it style levels. Each level will be not that long. Getting over it style levels, but where you die after 500 seconds, randomly, not withstanding. So, basically, the plan is, for this weekend, I'm gonna play both of those games. There's gonna be a Game Pass doubleheader. Sunday, I'm thinking at 4 p.m. Central Time. Join me if you want me to see me play Oblivion Remake for the first time, as well as Claire Obscure Expedition 33, which people are saying is like a really, really, really damn good JRPG. And they're also saying it's 30 hours long, which is a good, reasonable length. It's a reasonable length for a video game, not out of control at all. I'm, you know, I hear that and go like, oh, I can fit that in. Okay, that's not like a Pirates of Panache, you know, that's not what it's called. Yakuza Pirates at Sea. It's like a JRPG that's made by the French. Tribucket, good clarification. Yes, it's not literally a JRPG, but the comparisons people are making are to like Final Fantasies and things of that nature. I'll say like metaphor and I've never played a Final Fantasy, but like you know, I like a metaphor. I like a Persona. There's a lot of JRPGs I've gotten into. Chrono Trigger. What are the top other JRPGs for me? I feel like Undertale and Deltarune are like JRPG adjacent, you know, at least they have that classic. Earthbound, Mother 3, there you go. They have like those, you know, they're very much modeled after Earthbound and Mother 3, and which are, you know, themselves JRPGs, albeit with a very cool combat system that is more like, what's the word, like engaging, story-based, than your typical JRPG. It's more of a conversation and a negotiation rather than a fight. I guess Persona and Demon Slayer, Devil Hunter, what's that other, Shin Megami Tensei, Devil Summoner, there we go. That series has like demon negotiation as a big gimmick, doesn't it? It's not that uncommon, but you know, it's not that unheard of, but you know, it's different. That's the plan for Sunday. I'm gonna do an extra stream then. Probably just those 2 games, I'm thinking. Maybe not like a bunch of other Game Pass games. I did just do a Game Pass stream where I tried out 5 Game Pass games. Mainly the blueprints, but also 4 other Game Pass games like a week ago, 2 weeks ago, so, you know, I think I'm good for now on Game Pass games. Though I've said before we could do those streams a lot more often. There's so many games. But like, definitely the frontliners are gonna be those two. And if I go forward from there, I'm gonna have to work hard to find something that's like a good closer. You know, if it's not just Clair Obscur. I'm thinking Oblivion and then Clair Obscur in that order. I don't think I mentioned... Oblivion is very important. I love Oblivion. I think it's a very important game to me. And one that I feel pretty deeply about. Insofar as it was like one of the first Xbox games I ever played. And, you know, one of the first games I ever fell in love with on Xbox. I was going to say outside of Nintendo, but I had a PC. I played Roller Coaster Tycoon before I played like 360 games. I am hitting dismiss. Next up is the level that I submitted on behalf of Alistair. Alistair, this is you. That said, we're about to go to last calls. Let me just type in here that you are up. Confirm anytime during last call. Oh, there you go. Hey, you did it. Good timing. Okay. Hey, that was actually right before I hit enter on the thing. Good timing. Okay. You are confirmed. When your level, when we get to do it, you will have full time a day, all that. But folks, right now it is time for Last Call for Levels. Last Call for Levels is where I play some of my own levels to give people some time to get in any last levels they want to submit. Anyone who has submitted one, go ahead. Anyone new, now is the time. Though I will say I will, you know, I often facilitate people who are coming for the first time of the night. I often open the queue and let them get one in. I don't see a problem with that, and I think it's a good policy to have. But, and so far it hasn't really been a big problem. What should be the theme for tonight? What should be... What kind of levels should we look at tonight? Let's think for a second. What's good? I'm gonna go with... Have I done Spring Gimmick before? I've probably done Spring Gimmick before. Let's not do Spring Gimmick. There's a Spring Gimmick that I've done several times that is really cool, but I've probably shown it off before. Yeah. Hammer Brothers. Hammer Brothers before Super World. Is that the first one to have Hammer Brothers in it? Before the Super World. Do Fire Bros count? No, I don't think so. Okay, then we'll start with Mint Chocolate Mountain, and then we'll go from there. I don't need heads. I don't need heads. I don't get heads myself. Mint Chocolate Mountain. This level was inspired... Well, I'll say, like, yeah, the theming of this level is, like, the description of the level says, like, locals hate it if you ask, like, why the chocolate is the main bit and the chips are mints. But, like, yeah, it's, like, chocolate and mint, the green and the thing. I'm just buying some time, Alistair. I'm doing a quick segment before the queue is closed so that people can get their levels in right now. But you're good. Whenever your level comes up after this, I'm probably gonna play like 2 levels of mine, and they'll be quick because I know them well. Big gimmick here is like throwing guys into the springs, but also there's the whole vertical section in the back half. This level was inspired by not Creeping Clasp, this cliff level from the first level of K3 from DKC3, where you jump up through like ropes and like different lines of like claps. Similar to that, these guys are running at you, and unlike the class, you can deal with them using fireballs and things of that nature, but you know, and then, you know, throwing these guys at him as well, but, it's still cool, still real fun, and, real solid vertical level. Yeah, Mint Chocolate Mountain's good. Yeah, like Chocolate Mountain. Yeah, very much inspired by the fact that this archetype is totally just Chocolate Mountain, you know, in all but name. It's the Super Mario World desert theme, but it's Chocolate Mountain. I feel like people don't think about that enough. I think that's true. What other levels have Hammer Brothers in them? Do any have Hammer Brothers in them? Let me scroll through and think about it, because the answer might be no. Does this one have Hammer Brothers? Let me check. Choco Mountain got turned into a industrial zone and world? That's true. That's really interesting. No, this one uses the, those guys with the fucking, what the fuck? The hat guys, the guys with the hat. Rocky Wrenches, that's different. That doesn't count. I think, maybe, I just didn't use any Hammer Brothers. Oh wait, no, Temple Temptation has a couple. Okay, they have big Hammer Brothers in Temple Temptation. Okay, perfect. This is perfect. That 2 levels is about what is right for last calls. Again, get them in now or forever hold your peace. You have until the end of this level, which is another DKC-inspired level. This one very much inspired by just the, you see these are big fat, the big Hammer Brothers in this case. This is a very much a level inspired by, like, the temple archetype from DKC. And, you know, very elaborately themed as a result. Mostly through the theming, but also I feel like, you know, the temple is very much defined by, like, stretches of solid temple separated by, like, some large gaps that you have to cross. You know, and that's sort of like how those levels are paced as well. Just like large stretch of temple, and then just whole big area of nothing for a bit. Dang it.
Oh,
With the Hammer Brothers in this, I figured that since you get the dry bone shell, you can jump off them when you have that. Pretty good power-up for dealing with them, considering that the hammers become like jump-offable. It also throws a wrench into this part, because you have to like kill your guys as you're like oopsie-daisy. And it also helps because you can, you know, save your ass from the pit. It's fun, I think, to like maneuver around these guys as they like do a thing. Another thing is that you always get a fire flower there, so you should be reasonably well positioned to just like fire flower those guys down. And if you fuck it up, you can still kind of manage, you know. Ah!
oh no!
That was a throw. I shouldn't have gone for it. You can see how that works, how that coin works. You don't need me to show you. It's a little bit tricky. It's a little bit dangerous, as a 50 coin should be. A 50 coin should be dangerous or hidden. One or both. Sometimes both, honestly. You know, the more difficult the level is made to be. Also got these, like, cannon roses, which I thought was a fun gimmick. God damn it.
Oh no!
I thought the cannon roses was a fun way to use cannons, and, you know, they're fun to jump off as well. A lot of those retro tracks are, like, reimagined pretty dramatically. It's gonna be fun to see them all and to really explore that world. Mario Kart World is gonna be fantastic. I cannot wait for that. I feel like I've discussed a bunch, like, you know, potential DLC and stuff for that. Like, what they're gonna do with, like, additional tracks, if they're gonna add, like, additional landmass. I would bet on just And I would love, actually, if they did like, okay, it's Donkey Kong area. Here's Donkey Kong Island and 8 tracks for it. You know, here's an expansion for Zelda. You know, and you know, like a whole set of Zelda tracks. F-Zero area would be dope. If they did like 4 to 8 F-Zero tracks, that would be killer. I mean, I honestly bet they would probably do like 4. Doing like 8 and like a whole landmass that is sized for like 8 tracks sounds like a lot for DLC, but they did do 2 cups at once every previous DLC pack, so, you know, maybe it'll be like that, or it'll be like, I don't know. It'll probably be years before we find out. Like I said, for last call for now, the levels will be from the, before the Super World. So, there are additional Hammer Brothers levels in the Super World, which I recently finished. I'll say, by the way, I have recorded some B-roll, some footage of the levels I need to do for the trailer, for the Super World trailer, but haven't started editing them together yet. Seems like a whole bit of work. And this weekend, I'm going to be doing a Game Pass stream, so I won't do it then. So, that's fun. I need to do that by the time that they are taking submissions for the next Super World Direct, right? I can manage that. That's fine. That's last call. That's, thank you for getting them in. Thank you for hanging out this whole night. Let me go ahead and close the queue. Let me go ahead and end last call. And there we go. Folks, we are finishing out the night strong with 6 levels. Now that the queue is closed, we'll finish them up. As has been said before, while this level appears to be submitted from me, it's just that Alistair's level ended up being, the queue did not like it for some reason. The YouTube did not let Alistair submit it. I don't know what's up with that. YouTube, get your shit together. I accommodate in situations such as that. Let's do it. Oh, right. Yes, this one. Okay. We had figured out a bit about this. We had figured out, like, how to proceed. But we gotta move fast and we gotta do it right. Get this item, duck, and okay, now we can relax. Next item of business is to wait. I was thinking for a second that guy might go under the lava. I'm glad I made that assumption! Christ, he fit up there. I didn't expect that. I expected some things, didn't expect other things. I was wondering how it would jump from, like, one side to the other. Like, it seems like, not enough space. But, yeah. Should I just wait on top of the thing and just wait for him to pass and then I'll land on the other side? I think that might be the way. Yeah, that's the way. That's how you do it. I'm celebrating way too prematurely. There's still, clearly, several other hard parts coming. Case in point. Progress. Progress. We're learning. We're not dying in the, in old ways. We're dying in new ways. That's what you want when you're playing a level. Put down the controller and make jazz hands, I guess. I don't know. Fuck. What do you want from me? What's the on-off do? I don't know. But what if... Can I steal this? I don't think I could steal this and not fall into the lava. Also, I need to do a big... big jump there. I think you need to do some bomb stuff. I guess then you could... could get that second thing down. And then you could ride back on the thing. Okay. Are the red keys necessary? That's something I'm wondering right now. There's a red key down there. For now, though, we just gotta die and start all over again. I delayed for a second. I might be dead. I was glowing. Yeah, delay for a second means you die. This is the last try. Wait a minute. What was the clear rate here? You know, the world record is 0, so we should have 2 more tries. So that means we should have 3 tries right now. Okay. Oh, fuck! Okay, yeah. Definitely stay on the thing. Don't ever premature. What is that? Why is there another on-off over there? I can't get to that. The door is necessary. Yes. What door? I don't remember seeing a door. I believe you. One thing at a time, though. One thing at a time here. Ah, this door. Yes, but what of the on-off? We need to charge our jump faster than that. That was my mistake. Didn't charge fast enough. Basically need to land and duck in one second. I wonder if it'd be possible to pick up this guy and keep him and like... Daisy. Shit. That was boneheaded. No pun intended, considering that those guys are made of bones. Boneheaded death. Bah. What's the comment say? How do you do it? Asked Danny5. Patience. And not being in the lightning round. Thank you for little Alistair. This being the lightning round and all, that's all the tries, that's all the attempts that we can get. Thank you for getting it in. I think that was really interesting and really fun. And I'll say you can always resubmit it another night and I will play it again. I mean, I'll say you can resubmit it. I know you're having problems with submitting. I'll continue to accommodate you as needed. Hopefully YouTube will be less of a butt in the future. Azuri, go ahead and confirm. Meanwhile, I got like a couple of cards left. Did you see that YouTube turned 20? That's right, like the oldest YouTube videos turned 20 the last few days. And now, if you look at those videos, it'll say like, 20 years ago, which is something you could never see on YouTube before. 20 years ago. That was, that's higher number of years ago than a video could previously be. That's interesting. I think that's something. I don't know that I really saw much of the early YouTube back in the day. I feel like at the time, it was just sort of some YouTube poops I saw that here and again. Like, I think like my first liked video was a YouTube poop style video called, what was it called? It was, like, Shockwave sucks at everything, or something, and just, or Shock, what's his name from, Transformers? I never watched Transformers, but I watched this YouTube poop about, like, Shockwave, alone on his moon base, just, like, sort of generally sucking it up and, failing it all the time. Shockwave's Burden, I think it was called. I watched that video a lot, and I remember, you know, like summer of 2007, 2008, like hanging out in like you know, Conker's Live and Reloaded online lobbies with a bunch of other rare knuckleheads and quoting that ad infinitum. So some of the people that I was quoting that with have since been super canceled, by the way. Look up Bendelin sometime. They got up to some bullshit eventually. I can't speak to that. There was some weird stuff going on with that fella's life, that person's life. But you know, at the time, just a bunch of knuckleheads in a like you know, rare fan site community playing a rare game online that no one else was, and just taunting enemies with like quotes from Shockwave. It was funny then, as a like teenager, you know? Anyway, I think like at the time I was more just watching things like Spoony Guy and like you know, not an angry video game nerd actually. I was watching I was a nostalgia critic guy at the time. Like that was my video fix. That was like my first influencer that I followed. Those two primarily, nostalgia critic and Spoony Guy. I think Spoony Guy has like a better reputation now than like Nostalgia Critic does. I feel like everyone soured on Nostalgia Critic, and Spoony Guy, you know, I think people still think fondly of you know, watching his videos and him getting angry and you know, all the stuff that you do on YouTube, you know. He was on Daily Motion at the time, which was a competitor. I guess that was the thing, right? Like, as far as I was concerned, right? Back then, YouTube was one among like 5. And a lot of the stuff that I was watching happened to be on other services because they got a better deal there than through YouTube, I guess. You know, I don't know what happened. Red Letter Media was also originally like a you know, competitor to YouTube situation, but eventually like everyone switched to YouTube, and eventually like, you know, I was just as much as anyone watching all my videos on YouTube, or you know, maybe Twitch once that started being a thing. Justin TV as it was originally. Azrael has not confirmed, so sudden death by the way, but this looks pretty easy. Maybe. In fact, it might be already over. No. We have to go into the inverted pyramid first. Used to watch Nostalgia Critic, don't care for him nowadays. Yeah, that's pretty much where people are with Nostalgia Critic. The only thing about Nostalgia Critic I'll say is I think it's funny that every November is No Nostalgia Critic November. I think that is very obscenely funny, and, you know, that's like my favorite Nostalgia Critic joke, and it's not even one of his. It's just like a meta joke about like, it's just a meta joke about him being like, it's just a meta joke almost at this point, like unrelated to him. I wonder what he thinks of No Nostalgia Critic November. I bet he likes it. It's probably the most people think about him all year long. Ironically, considering that you're not supposed to watch him or consume his content during No Nostalgia Critic November. Spoony Guy, shout out to Spoony Guy. I haven't watched his crap in like, you know, I haven't watched his stuff in like, over a year. I say over a year, jeez. In like, probably at least 15 years. Right? The end for content like that for me, you know, I've talked about how much I like, how much I love and follow Giant Bomb. Giant Bomb was like the point for me where like I watched their stuff and I realized like, wait, instead of like watching a bunch of guys be angry, what if I watched a bunch of guys who like had the capacity for joy and like liking things sometimes and being honest about like what they don't like, what they like and don't like. you know, guys who can be, like, the slightest bit real now and again. Oh, I need the red coin. That's what I need to finish this. The red coin that was in here. You know, like, that was, for me, the major turning point with, like, content. Getting into Giant Bomb and a little bit more, like, less cartoonishly angry and more just, like, honest takes that also can be funny, right? Like, and part of me sort of associates that with, like, yeah, you know, I got older. I got a little more mature, and, you know, as I went into college, I sort of stopped watching, Spoony Guy and things of that nature so much, and started more watching, like, you know, Giant Bomb in particular. Guess that would mean it was around 2008, then. Probably a little later, you know. 15 years is close enough. Probably was a lag before I, like, totally abandoned, like, Nostalgia Critic and, Spoony Guy. And again, I'll say, I think those two are really cool, and, you know, I'm pretty sure they've inspired a lot of people. Spoony Guy especially. Like, maybe people don't, like, attribute Nostalgia Critic so much, given that he's, like, you know, sort of people have soured on him with time, but, like, Spoony Guy, big inspiration for a lot of people online, you know, in the last 20 years. Nice little level, Aziri. That was a fun little series of pyramids. Hell yeah. Anyway, those are thoughts on YouTube, I guess. Let me hit complete, and we'll do the next one. We got 5 levels left. I can make some time. I think I got 1 card left. So let me say, instead of pulling a card, I'll just say something that should have been a card, which is that Giant Bomb's having some weird issues right now. Apparently they paused streaming recently because someone's boss's boss got a new boss, and that new boss said, "Stop streaming. Everyone stop streaming." Which, at, like, fandom or whatever, I don't know if it's, like, at fandom or just of Giant Bomb in particular, but considering that, like, Giant Bomb is, like, a site that does live streams, and that's, like, 90% of what they do, it is a very nuclear option, and, you know, Jeff Grubb and Mike Minotti have gotten out there and said, like, it is just kind of galling to see someone not treat this as, like, the nuclear option that it is. Like, stopping a streaming site from doing streams, especially the day after Nintendo Switch 2 pre-orders. Like, man, this is prime time for news. What are you doing? What are you doing, CEO man? Or, you know, whoever's boss's boss's boss. You just get the impression sometimes that, I mean, in general, I think that suits really don't understand what's going on below them. And at a certain level, I sympathize. I think it's a boss at some time, CEO man. Or whoever's boss's we're talking about, yeah. Yes, that's right, 5-6, let's go. Let's randomize the heads real fast for this. Excellent, excellent. I think it is annoying, I think that it is concerning, you know. There has been some talk and some loose talk from, like, Giant Bomb people basically being like, you know, they were doing, like, live streams every day, and then they stopped doing that recently, and Dan Reichert was saying on his stream, like, yeah, don't expect to see Riker's Roulette anymore. The stream feature that I started doing where I just play whatever game that I want, apparently it wasn't TikTokable enough. It wasn't TikTokable enough, and, you know, another implication was like, you might see some TikTok guests. People from TikTok might start appearing, and, like, is that a good idea? I'll say, Giant Bomb's claim to fame as being a personality-driven site where you care about the people who are on it, and you're specifically looking for the people, not some strangers. Someone doesn't understand the business they're in, you know? It'd be, you know, it's not that different. I mean, not to say, like, Giant Bomb hasn't had guests and hasn't had, like, guest features before. You know, during the pandemic, that's sort of what they ended up going to in a big way, especially as, like, there was major staff turnover around that time. And then, like, the work from home thing really, like, altered their content in a permanent fashion. Let it be said that, like, guests haven't been a part of the site before, but, like, you know, it's a very tough thing to integrate and get their audience to approve of guests. It's a tightrope to walk, and, like, get the feeling that some people just don't understand the business that they're in, or, like, what it means to run a site that's basically just like a giant Patreon, right? Where, like, subscribers are, like, a big part of, the profit. You know, a big part of the business, right? Like, if you're running a Patreon, you can't just say, like, oh, we switched out half the people, and, now you're Patreoning for, like, now the Patreon is for, like, getting a bunch of TikTok guests. It's like, that's not why people subscribe to this. If they wanted that, they would be on TikTok. I don't know. You can't just change your business entirely like that. It really doesn't work. And it's kind of, like, obnoxious to the people who are fans. I don't know what's going on with that. There's questions and, like, concerns, and it's, you know, concerning, whatever, but, I wish everyone at Giant Bomb luck, and I hope that they're able to do all their killer crap, you know? I'll say, like, I think their game-breaking news show, which just got renamed to Game-Breaking News, used to be Jeff Grubb's Morning something or other. No, Morning Mess is something else that Grubb does on his own, and then there was Jeff Grubb's other show, which was formerly called something else, and now it's called GB News. That's probably the best gaming news that you can find on the internet, you know, the best source for gaming news. You know, during this time of, like, tariffs and, other stuffs, it's been, like, reasonably, like, and, like, Switch 2 pre-orders, it's been, like, a really good source for, like, updates on that stuff. And, you know, Jeff Grubb of Giant Bomb is, like, probably the best games journalist there is, so, you know, it's what he does, and they would be smart to recognize that and realize, like, oh, we got someone like that? What the hell? They should be, doing more of that crap. Game Mess Decides is what he does with Mike on Thursday. Yeah, I don't think I realized before that was a separate gig. That was, like, an independent thing. But, that's good, because he was able to do it despite his boss saying, like, everyone stop. It's like, oh, well, we also do, like, some private stuff on the side, so, you know, I'm not stopping that. That ain't stopping. That's still going. Oh, wow, they just bounce out of the pit. Would I bounce out of the pit if I fell down there? Oh, no, there's like, saws down there. I would die. I killed them, and then we're good. GG. Neat way to do a boss. Usually when a boss falls off a level, it's like, hey, free boss. Good. But in that case, not a free boss. Still good, though. They also do Last of the Nintendogs on Tuesday. I don't really... Grubb did these podcasts with Mike before he joined GB and still does them. Gotcha. I didn't know that that's where Mike came from. I was always wondering, like, where they found Mike Minotti. I guess Grubb always had a thing with Mike Minotti for, like, the last... That's interesting. I never watched any of that stuff before it was at GB, at Giant Bomb, so that's news to me. When he started appearing on Blight Club, which, best Giant Bomb show right now, by the way, Blight Club. I hope they can stream Blight Club. Well, actually, everyone's traveling. It'll be a while until Blight Club is back. They'll probably be resumed with live streams before then. Unless bad things happen, you know. Again, I wish everyone luck there. Dan discovered Mike during an episode of Game Mess Jeopardy, getting Dan as a guest. It's why Dan originally called Mike Mitch. Right, that was an in-joke at the time, based on, like, a kind of funny or something. That was like a kind of funny in-joke. They're good folks, and I hope them the best, and, you know, hey, and they have a big enough following where like if fucking the people at like fandom say like, okay, everyone take a hike, it's like, yeah, they'll take a hike right into being their own bosses, you know. I don't know if they would all do that, but like previous Giant Bomb staffers who have walked away from Giant Bomb have all literally to a man went independent, made their own like splinter group. So like you know, Nextlander, Cloth Map, if you want to count like what's Danny O'Dwyer's thing? If you want to count what is that called where he goes behind the scenes with game developers? No Clip. And Jeff Gerstmann doing his own thing on his own private Jeff Gerstmann channel thing. They can all go independent. All worst comes to worst, but you know, presumably there's good reason to not do that, and also, you know, you do worry, like, if that happens, like, what happens to all the premium content that's, like, locked down there? You know, does it all just, like, get published, or, you know, are we just down to, like, unofficial archives? If there's no Giant Bomb, all that premium stuff is just lost forever. But if there is a Giant Bomb, I'm sure they'll just, like, upload it to their YouTube eventually over time. Like, in, you know, unpremiuming things like they've done with several of their old premium series. I wish them all the best. I've loved many a generation of Giant Bomb, and you know, shout out to them. I'll also say that apparently Mike Minotti's organization, what is Mike Minotti's GamesBeat, that's it. They went independent from whoever they were dependent on before. Good for them. It's probably good to be out from under the heels of an organization like that. I mean, I guess I'll say like the obvious, best case, like Giant Bomb independent. That would probably be best case for everyone. But I don't fucking know. It's you know, it is that kind of thing where it's like, okay, there's you don't want to speculate too much because you're speculating about like people's livelihoods, but also like, you know, whatever happens, they're gonna be doing what they do, you know, and they have enough of a following where that makes sense. And you know, they already still do some stuff on the side that's all like you know, their own stuff. This seems familiar. I feel like I've seen this with the rocket launch situation. We've totally had level with this exact same rocket launch. Maybe the other one was the other level from this viewer previously. Kind of a standing gimmick there. You can see that the burner is burning us up, is like giving us the lift to go up, and eventually it'll open. Here we go. It opens and we can proceed. Cool level. Let's go. Hidden complete. Yeah. Next up is Pax Blocks. Pax Blocks, go ahead and confirm. You are up next. And after you will be the last level of the night, Killer. Excellent. We are on track. Pax Block says, I am indeed here. Excellent. You got in before the bot responded to the exclamation point current. Perfect. Lovely. Love to hear it. Here's the last card. Do you like overly edited videos? I feel like I've realized something recently. Something that has been like irking me for the last like couple of years, but I think I've realized what I really don't like about it. I don't care for, hey Jason Blupp, you're a little late, but I can open it for you. You got the ad in the wrong way. Here you go. You get a late open there. Do it again. You might need to the bot might give issue, or Twitch might give issue with you doing the same message twice. You can add more characters after the code to like fix that, get around that, you know? You know, I already pre-ordered Mario Maker 3. That's not a thing. The pre-order in the title of the stream is referring to Switch 2 pre-orders. You know that. There's no Mario Maker 3. If there was, I would know about it. Get that level in though. Now is the time. Do it again. Queue was closed. Now it's open just for you, Jason. J-Slum. I'm sorry. J-Slun Blup. Bup. Bup. There we go. Thank you. Closing it back up. You are welcome. So, one thing I really don't care for in videos, I find, is like, when I'm watching a YouTube video, right? And I hear sound effects. And it kind of irks me, you know? And for a while, I've wondered, like, is this hypocritical, you know? When I pull a card, there's a sound effect for that. When I pop a head, there's a sound effect for that. Am I just getting a little bit, you know, weird, considering, like, oh, these are just sound effects I have no association with? You know, I mentioned Dan Reichert. Dan Reichert used sounds alerts. Sometimes, if people pay him enough money, give him enough money, there will just be Mario screaming for, like, 10 minutes. And I don't mind that. I think that's funny, to hear Mario screaming for 10 minutes. But what is it my problem when I hear, like, suddenly, oh, violins are playing for 2 seconds, and oh, there's the Tommy Tallarico oof, and, what other fucking sound effects do you hear all the time? You know, it's the sound effects that you hear all the fucking time on some channels, and it's just, like, every couple of seconds. And I think that's the thing I've realized, which is that, I don't like it when they're in quick succession, when it's, like, every couple seconds you need some sort of sound effect. That just sort of tires me out, I guess. Yes, I think screaming is funny because in that, I mean, I'll say it, the context is like, when it goes off, the streamer in question is like, oh my god damn it, what the fuck? You know, it's a shared experience, you know? I'm suffering, he's suffering, Chad is suffering, everyone's suffering. Some people just woke up because, you know, the noises, not something for my channel, I'll say. Like, that's something I've always thought about is like, nah, not for my channel, not how I like to do things, personally. But I think it works in that context. But what I'm saying is I think it's a matter of just, like, constant, like, edits to, like, get that sort of thing in there. Just overproduced type feel, right? Like, something about that just irks me the wrong way, and I was watching some videos just talking about, like, YouTube and YouTubers and, like, Mr. Beast, and apparently, like, one of the things was like, his claim to fame was like, the clear rate is 0, so we get extra lives here. Excellent. His claim to fame was, like, being good about, like, having something happen in the first 3 seconds, having something happen every 3 seconds. And hearing that, like, broken down in such terms made me realize, like, oh, that's what I don't like. Edits every couple seconds. That's the thing that really gets to me. Like, if it seems like every couple seconds has, like, some mustard put in, it's like, that's just overly seasoned. That's just, like, you know, that's just something that doesn't click with me, despite, like, apparently it being, like, the most popular thing as far as algorithm is concerned. Yeah. Did you see pre-orders are sold out in America? You're in Australia and pre-orders have been open? What the fuck? I think we should pay attention here. Let's not count that one. Yeah, I've seen pre-orders have been out for a while. Have been weird in America, have been sold out. People have still apparently are getting some today even. So it looks like stock is still opening up sporadically for what it's worth, but it's nice to hear that in Australia y'all are doing better. Let's pay attention to this level because it seems like an interesting one. Okay. This is a troll level, by the way, if you couldn't tell. And, it's really giving me the business. Lost interest in the level, back to chat? No, I think this level has something going for it. We're learning things. Ah! We're learning things and making progress and, making progress. What the hell? I don't care for it when edits are fast and furious, you know? Like something more, moderate, more deliberate. I feel like that's, maybe has something to do with how I am, you know, in my 30s versus in my, 10s or 20s, but whatever. Whatever, man. What do you think of games prices? 70 is pretty standard. I've been dealing with $70 game prices on every other console for the last 5-10 years, so that's not so unusual. Mario Kart is a bit much, but I can understand why they did it, considering that it's the sequel to their most popular game of all time, best-selling game of all time, the Switch's #1 selling game. And also, I fully expect that, like, GTA 5 or 6 or whatever will be at least $80. It might be $100, honestly. GTA 6 might be. We'll see what they do. $80 will be... That was a bad pipe. $80 will be a thing in the next 3 years, like, pretty standardly, and I think, like, what can you do, man? Inflation. There's reasons why it's been happening. There are reasons that suck ass, but, like, yeah, I get it. I get it. Like, certainly $80 games is, like, the least of, like, inflationary problems, right? Like, groceries nearly basically are doubling in prices, you know, cars are going up by, like, 5 to 10,000, probably, all things considered. Like, an extra $10 per game, like, yeah, that happens. The fact that people buy Pokemon games for full price and somehow don't expect the price of actually good games to increase. I liked Pokemon. The last few Pokemon have been good. I mean, they've been buggy as all hell, but, like, and have, like, some production quality issues, or production value issues, but they are ambitiously structured games with, like, you know, gameplay-wise, as good as they've ever been, I think. They are cheap. I mean, a big open world, is an open world ever cheap? Even if it is as, like, graphically fraught as Scarlet and Violet. I don't know that an open world would ever be cheap. I feel like, if they were pricing out any open world Pokemon, expect to pay $80 for Pokemon. Well, then again, they have the 2-version gimmick. They already sell, like, a combo pack that's probably like $100 or $120, right? Like a slight discount off getting them both. There's probably good odds that they don't need to increase the price of Pokemon because they already have a premium version. Was it as expensive as Breath of the Wild? Oh, I don't know. I don't know which games were more expensive. All I know is that Tropical Freeze was $50 on Wii U and went up to $60 on Switch. Which, you know, Tropical Freeze is one of the best 2D platformers of all time. It's worth that much. Obviously, you're not saying you can afford it. Obviously, you're saying you cannot afford it. Gotcha. I can afford it myself, so, you know. I sort of see these as just the way things are going, and, like, you know, I paid for, you know, the other consoles, right? Xbox Series X, PlayStation 5. They were both $500 at launch. So $500 for a Switch 2, that to me is fine. Like, it's what I'm willing to pay for a console. And hell, it's considering it's going to be my main console, whereas the other two are like secondary and tertiary, respectively. Xbox secondary, PlayStation 5 tertiary. I have less of a problem with that, you know. Yeah, well, tariff stuff is, I think, the reason for the cowardice. We didn't finish that last level, did we? Did we finish it or did we not finish it? Let me dismiss and get the next one up. Let me just check. Haha, Mario Gruber. Yes, okay. That was that one, right? Got caught up. Killer is up, killer is here. Excellent. Let's do this. I think, like, not putting in the presentation was a big part, just, like, not being 100% sure about the price. I feel like that's just a sign that the price came in so fucking hot that, like, they were thinking about, like, can we do 400? Do we need to do 450? Until, like, the very last second. And then after the tariffs were, like, twice as, 3 times, 100 times as big as they expected, they were like, wait. We need another 2 weeks to think about it. Like, things are just screwy right now. I feel like it was just... This shit came in hot. To the point where they actually announced it prematurely. They actually announced it before they had seen everything they needed to see. Before they were 100% sure. And they had to take it back and be like, wait. Okay, yeah, the price is good. Controller prices up by 5, but we can eat the tariffs otherwise, I guess. We are we're not bad. We can do a little loss leading. Just a little loss leading, though. Not a lot of loss leading. We're not gonna do 400 loss leading. I think it is worth considering, a thing I've said many times on previous streams. I think it is worth considering that, like, Nintendo has a lot to gain in being like a platform, right? Having the marketplace, right? Having people buy games digitally. You know, basically every time someone buys a digital game, Nintendo makes 30% of it. You know, previously, with, like, physical games, 25% of it was made by Best Buy, or GameStop, or whoever else was, selling you the games before. This is part of the reason why GameStop is suffering now. Like, 90% of their profits got taken by Nintendo, and Microsoft, and Steam, and everyone else, Sony. And I think this is the biggest reason why you won't see... Why, one, it's worth loss leading a little bit, and being like, okay, we will, you know, give you a Switch 2 and eat those tariffs. You know, Nintendo typically doesn't like the loss lead, but they will do it under this very specific circumstance because they don't want to go over 500 bucks. You know, it kind of looks a little too bad. Doesn't look good, you know. But, like, having the platform means that you get 30% of all the games that are sold on it, even ones that you had nothing to do with. That's good enough to the point where you could literally, and, like, Steam literally does this, you could literally just, like, give up making games and just be like, okay, we're now the, just give us 30% of all PC games company now. We're Steam, we're Valve, we just make money off our marketplace. That's it. That's all we need. Just, it's free money. You could do that. You know, Nintendo could do that. Microsoft can do that. Sony can do that. Even if they're not, like, #1. Even if they're, like, last place. It's like 30% of all games on the last place console is pretty fucking good. That's free fucking money. So, I think considering that, I would expect that, like, Microsoft will stay in. You know, regardless of what happens with Xbox. They will put out, you know, maybe they will just be like, okay, well, this is a forever Xbox. This is the last one you'll ever need. Maybe they'll say something to that effect, try to, like, really, you know, hell, like, I think that would be a great marketing thing to say, actually. Like, just, hey, this is the last one you'll ever need. We'll never sell you one again. This is peaks. This is all a human will ever need as far as graphical power goes. We're basically mostly to that point. And hell, if you can get someone in the last generation that exists, man, that could be a customer for life. That could be a customer forever. Like, you know, the next Xbox will probably be that. The Switch 3 or 4 will probably be that. You know, I say that assuming that, you know, it's not going to be like, oh, we need like a VR thing that's like twice as, you know, 500 times better than it is, you know. I'm assuming that it's not going to be like a holodeck situation, you know. If they invent the holodeck, all bets are off, but barring that, it's like, no, PlayStation 6, Xbox Series, whatever, Switch 3 or 4, those could be the last generation of traditional consoles. Xbox Series 0, let's say. That's a good name. That works. Series 0 kind of has a ring to it. What do you think? Series 0? Good idea? Wii U failed because the touchpad didn't have games? I think the Wii U failed mostly for market confusion. People didn't know it was a new Wii. They thought it was a peripheral to something they didn't have, and also I'll say, like, the market, the main way that the Wii was successful was sort of as a fad, you see. Like, old people got it, everyone got it for Wii Sports and other gimmicks that had basically run their course by the end of the generation. Even if it was just like, hey, it's a Wii 2. It's a Wii 2. It's a Wii, but with, like, better graphics and better motion controls, you know? Maybe we got the Kinect type technology this time. Even if it was that, it would not have sold good. Because, I don't think there was really a market for more Wii. Instead, they did the Switch, and the Switch, you know, is a game changer. And I think the Switch also is, like, something that people want more of. Like, the people who bought a Wii kind of, you know, got tired of it. People who buy a Switch, man, it's their main jam. Their main thing. It's so nice. It's so flexible. It could just be a little bit more powerful, you know? That's basically what everyone was looking at the Switch and going like, oh man, this is great. If only it could run every game that you tried to run on it. Some games you try to run and they just run like shit. They look like shit and they run like shit. And maybe both, maybe one or the other. And that's not great. So they said, okay, we're making a pro version. There's more premium Switch. It's a little more expensive because it has the good stuff in it. It has stuff that's as expensive as we can put into a Switch. We're not trying to save money with this thing, and as a result, it's $100 more. It's $150 more. It's around 150 times the price of the original Switch. Which, you know, part of that is probably inflation and tariffs, to be clear, but also part of it is just the fact that, you know, this thing's pretty good. This thing is like, you know, people are... Part of it is like tricks, like AI upscaling, right? VLHS, is that it? Is that what that technology is called? Where they upscale a slightly lower generation image, a lower resolution image, and they make it, you know, higher resolution without impact to performance. And also stuff like, you know, it has a ray tracing core built in, so it will be able to handle ray tracing like a modern console would, even if it is just like basically a PS4 or otherwise in terms of strength. But like, you know, people were looking at the Street Fighter 4, Street Fighter 7? What Street Fighter is it? I don't know. I don't do Street Fighter. They were looking at that and saying like, man, this looks pretty much comparable to like PlayStation 4 Pro, you know? It's like basically the next best thing to like your modern ass consoles. It's like hard to tell the difference. And as people looked at it more and looked at it closer, eventually they figured out like, oh, this is VLHS. This is upscaling from a lower resolution. And even Game Foundry took like a week to figure that out. And when they said like, oh yeah, we render this at like half resolution, it's like, you know, that might sound fat on its face just on paper, but you gotta realize the thing is, people couldn't tell. They couldn't tell. Literally, the giveaway was like a frame of glitchy, like, stuff when it came online. Literally one frame of, like, artifacts gave it away. That's pretty goddamn good. That's pretty goddamn hidden. Like, the difference is not discernible. Even to people picking over it with combs until they find the one tell. That's pretty amazing. And I think will help to alleviate, you know, will be one of things that helps to alleviate the performance issues. This level's really long, huh? You believe in the prophecy Switch 2 will sell at most 75% of the Switch 1? I mean, it is more expensive. I think the question is, like, over time, right? Over time, I'm sure it will drop in price. I was really close to a checkpoint. Damn. The hard level. I'm sure over time it'll drop in price. I'm sure over time it will, you know, get more affordable. I wouldn't be surprised in like 1 or 2 years if it goes down to 400. And also if they start saying like, okay, Mario Kart is now just a permanent pack-in at the base level. You know, just permanently, there's no SKUs or nothing. 400 bucks gets you the console and the game. I wouldn't be surprised if that starts being a thing 2 years from now. And I think at that point, like, the calculus, like, shifts on the lower ends, right? And, you know, by then inflation will have done some work as well. You know, 200 will mean less. There we go, that's nice. We got rid of that thing, so now we can jump freely. If we can kill the annoying... If we can keep Rocky Wrench from being able to do a thing, then that will help a lot. There we go. Rocky Wrench thwarted again. This helps a lot with this sequence. Though these cam balls are really, really scary, the timing of them. But we were able to weather through, and there's the checkpoint. NES to SNES, sales down. Game Boy the GBA, sales down. Switch 2, same pattern. Maybe. So far, they are still supporting on some level the Switch. So, like, you know, if people continue playing the Switch 1, I don't think they mind. You know, the question is, like, how much are the exclusives gonna move the needle, right? How much is the quality difference gonna move the needle? Hell, even next year, like, a lot of those games that they announced, like Tomodachi Life, Rhythm Heaven, a lot of those are still on Switch 1. And, like, a lot of games still are on PlayStation 3 and Xbox One, so, like, that's not so unheard of. The only thing is, like, well, Xbox One and PlayStation 4, they're not literally super underpowered. You know, they're not literally super underpowered. Whereas the Switch 1 is literally problematically underpowered. Right? Like, it literally could use an upgrade. Who wants one that doesn't own a Stream Deck? I feel like the thing you gotta realize is that most people don't own Stream Decks, actually. But for what it's worth, it is comparable to a Stream Deck in terms of price, so, you know. I feel like it, I think, like, performance-wise, it's basically same level as that, yeah. I feel like a lot of people, you know, still want one, right? And I still want one. And the thing is, it's not just performance, right? It's not just performance. It's also, like, the exclusives. The exclusives. The thing to know about Nintendo and the thing to not underestimate is that Nintendo knows how to make games. I was seeing, like, I think Donkey said that. I saw a comment on Donkey's latest video saying, like, Nintendo might not know how to run a business. They might not know how to market, but I'll tell you what they do know how to do. They do know how to make games. They do know how to make a goddamn good game. And they've always known how to make a good game. And, like, you know, Sony and Microsoft, they're kind of losing touch with that, you know. It's sometimes months and months go by between, like, sometimes years go by between PlayStation games of worth a damn. You know, sometimes years go by before an Xbox game worth a damn, unless they license something. You know, they get something good for Game Pass like Blueprints or something else that's, you know, not quite, you know, it wasn't them. It was someone that they paid to get on Game Pass, and probably not even exclusive at that. You know, they know how to make a game, and you know, I think over time the value proposition for the Switch 2 will become better and better. And you know, even now people are jumping and trying their best to get in, which is you know, made for a stressful pre-order time. I got 2 of them lined up, so I'm good. I'm getting mine from GameStop, and then I'll get another one from Walmart, I guess? And I'll figure out where that goes. If my sister wants it, that's great. If someone else who hasn't got one, I'll talk to some people I know, I guess. If someone else who hasn't gotten one wants to get it off me, I can, you know, that can be arranged, or, you know, maybe I'll send it to someone. You know, it'd be nice if I didn't have to ship it, because shipping is money, you know. So, you know, I'd rather give it to my sister if she would be you know, interested. I'll give her a price. I'll knock 100 off. I don't care. That I would like her to have one, and then she can play Mario Kart, and we can, like, you know, whatever. I'm sure she and her husband can find uses for it over time. Games to play, etc. Jason Blup, you're up and you're here. Fantastic. Last level of the night. Let's go. Let's see the difficulty here. Clear rate is 0, so let's go ahead and randomize those bonus heads. We got Daisy. Let's go. We're gonna have a lot of thoughts over the next month and a half about the Switch 2. It's gonna be a fun thing. Look for some sort of stream, launch night. I think that's gonna be a lot of fun, and I'm looking forward to getting it. I'll say, considering I'm a streamer, I'm gonna get Welcome Tour, and I'm gonna turn that into content. I do understand, and I do think that, like, you know, Welcome Tour is a thing that most people don't have to get. I'm a streamer, I'm gonna get it, and I'm gonna play it, and oh, fuck me.
Oh no!
And I'm gonna turn it into content, you know? Anyone else, go ahead and fuck me.
Oh no!
Feel free and don't get Welcome Tour. When I was at the GameStop, we were joking a bunch about Welcome Tour. That was a running joke there, just like, you know, where's the Welcome Tour bundle? Where's the Welcome Tour bundle? Why can't I pre-order Welcome Tour at the GameStop? Things like that, jokes of that nature came up. Playing Welcome Tour so you don't have to. That's Nostalgia Critic. Fuck me!
Oh no!
That's Nostalgia Critic's thing. Mine would be... I guess I don't have a slogan. That's fine, you know, playing Welcome Tour so that you don't have to. That's not something I will say on that stream. I'm sure I will forget that joke was made, but, like, you know, very much it's a thing that y'all don't have to do. And if I was not gonna live stream it and turn it into content, would I have gotten it? I feel like there have been similar demo games that I have not picked up, so maybe not. You know, this has not been the first, like, show off a feature game that has been premium. You know, oh, look at checkpoints. Is this a checkpoint refreshes my doodads? But is this a red coin level where I need to get coins and keys in progress and repeating checkpoints? Okay. I'll say the way that repeating checkpoints work is that if we get progress when we're passing a checkpoint, or passing a checkpoint for the first time, alternatively, we can refresh our doodads. But if we...
Oh no!
If we don't get any progress, we cannot refresh our guys. I don't know if that's gonna be a, I don't know if we're gonna be able to get any progress. So we'll see. Hey, there's the ending. Find a wall. I can't get over there. Oh, I'm trapped here now, so I might as well die. This is a bad level I submit. Gotcha. It's funny. Don't worry. We have enough lives to go in every pipe once.
Oh, no.
I avoided the first fish, but not the second. I guess we're not finding out what's at the bottom of that pit. Let's try red. Oh, red's not a real one. They're all not real ones. And, you can get stuck in there, so let's not. I guess we are finding out what's at the bottom of this pit here. Oh, it's nothing. It's not true. It, could be something if we could get this, this mushroom. But, right now, it's nothing. Right now, it's just try your best to die. Checkpoint makes things harder? Oh. Well, that's interesting.
Oh, no.
So that one, I maybe could do a long jump, but I'm not confident. Should I just restart? Let's do a long jump. You can wall jump off the pipe, or I could...
Oh, no.
I was doing a long jump as in just hit the button, but there was a block above my head low enough where it bopped me into the spikes. I see what you're saying, yeah, that's,
Oh, no.
that way wouldn't work. That was the last life, that we just did. Dang. Another 4.5 hour stream, looks like. Very good. Thank you for the level, I didn't beat it. But those were some funny deaths, and that's sort of the best that you can hope for sometimes. Well, folks, let me make myself real fucking big, and let me pull up the schedule. There it is. There's the schedule. So this weekend, I'm gonna do a Game Pass RPG doubleheader, Oblivion and Claire Obscure. Expedition 33, as it's also called. I'm gonna try them out. Obviously, I know Oblivion is the shit. I love Oblivion, the original Oblivion, but we're gonna start into it during that stream, and you know, we'll switch to Claire Obscura halfway through and give that some time as well. I don't know how long to do on each game. We'll play it by ear. Play it by ear. Maybe we'll play some other games too. I don't know. There's plenty of other Game Pass games out there, but maybe just focus on those two for that stream, I'm thinking. After that, I will be back on Tuesday for Star Fox Adventures Dinosaur Planet. I think I'm about halfway done with that game. Next time I play it, I have the new RetroTink and also S-video cables, so it'll look sharper. It will look sharper than it did last week and the week before, so I'll say I just tried it before the stream, and it looks sharp as hell now. It looks real sharp. I think y'all will enjoy it. Look for that. Look for that on Tuesday, and then after that will be more Mario Maker. You want to see Mario Maker Fridays at 6 p.m. Central. Almost said Tuesday. Friday at 6 p.m. Central. That's when it always is. That's when it always will be. Expect a break when I get LASIK on a Thursday. There'll be a break for that. That will be shortly after the birthday stream, which will be on a Saturday, May 17th. And that'll be Galaxy 1 and 2 switching games every 5 lives. That'll be a fun one. That's sort of a gimmick I've done many times. Kind of has similarities to the lightning round, of course. But, you know, they don't refresh between levels. They only refresh if I finish a world. Will be the gimmick there. Will be how it works. There's some stuff other than that coming up, like Switch launch day stream. I'll do a stream for the Microsoft press conference, and during that stream, I'll play some Mario Kart so that when things are boring, we can just, like, you know, focus on exploring Mario Kart instead of, like, I don't know, some game that I don't give a fuck about. In July, there'll be the July 4th stream where I play a bunch, probably finish out the 2D Marios played to completion randomly. Last 2 years, I've done July 4th streams where I played random Mario games, 2D Marios, and beaten them as fast as I could. And I've done just about all of them, other than like 3 or 4. And I'm adding Yoshi's Island to the mix this year, so look forward to that. That'll be the start of that stream, just Yoshi's Island in full. That'll be good. Some stuff coming up, I'll say, in the next few months. Now that the Switch 2 is all pre-ordered, I feel like all my plans are starting to come together, starting to, like, coalesce, starting to be, like, totally confirmed. Let me see who is online, who I can send you to. You know what, we've been talking about, oh, I see, actually, I could send you to Glower, or I could send you to Tolkoto, who we've been talking about, we mentioned earlier, and I mentioned, like, hanging out in Tolkoto's stream as he, waited for the thing. He's doing Clair Obscur for the first time. I kind of don't want to see that until Sunday. I kind of want to see it fresh. So actually, let's go with I'm Glower, who is playing Mario Party. I think it's Mario Party 3? Could be, let me see. That looks like 1. I think it's Mario Party 1, based on the map. Oh, it looks like, no, I think it's 2. I'm not sure. I'm gonna send you over there. That seems like a good call. I'll be back on Sunday for Oblivion and Clair Obscur, Expedition 33. I'll see you then. Star Fox Adventures on Tuesday, Mario Maker, as always, on Friday, and next month we'll see, next month, birthday stream, month after that, Switch 2 streams, month after that, July 4th. Some special event streams are all coming up in the next few months, and that's a bit of fun, I think. Alright, folks. Oh, and I'll say, I think, like, once I finish Star Fox Adventures, I'll take a break as far as the Tuesday streams go, the playthroughs go, until such time as I'm, like, fully LASIK'd up, you know? There'll be a little bit of a break for a time. What's important right now is I'll be back on Sunday, then Tuesday, then Friday. I'll see you then for any of those, particular days. Y'all, have a good one. If you haven't gotten a Switch 2 yet, I hope you get one lined up. And, you know, we'll see what happens in the future. Goodbye, folks.